Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Damn, I gotta sit all the way back to be in focus. Got to sit all the way back. Let me move this mic up. Give me a second. Yeah, give me a second. All right. Now we here. Now we in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building. I see y'all already coming on in. Make sure y'all hit the like button as you come into the building. Or as you're catching it right now, you're catching it after it's uploaded. Make sure you hit that like button. Let me find my intro. I apologize. I'll be running late getting things started. But we almost ready. All right, here we go. I got my intro. Let's get ready to go. Let's get it.
Peace, folks. This is X from TPOT Media. Open your mind and wake your black ass up. You know what time it is. Hit that damn like button as you make your way in the door. Grab a seat, settle in, get ready. It's the Grown Man Hour with your host, my man, Bernard Riley.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Mumia Obsidian Ali. You know who I am. I need no introduction, right? And you're listening to the Grown Man Hour with my man Bernard Riley, heard weekdays right here on YouTube. What do you think about that? How about that? Now let's get back on with the show. Thank you.
All right, what's up, good people? We are move that to the side. We are back in the building for another one. Happy Monday. Happy Monday morning to you. Appreciate everybody being in the building. Shout out to the early bird squads, those that make it in bright and early before we even get things started. Come through, drop a comment, drop a like. I do appreciate it. Do appreciate all of y'all. Let me know that you're here bright and early. Kaya, well, it used to be Kaya. You just dropped it to Kaya? Okay. Kaya in the building says, Bernard Riley. That is not how you spell my Riley. I think that's how you spell Bill O'Reilly's Riley. You don't spell mine like that. There's no E in the beginning of mine. It ain't two L's. You got the Riley all wrong. You got the Riley all wrong. But anyway, she says, good morning to all in the room. Could we do a review on Obsidian's show last night, Pookie and Ray Ray? No. I'm good on all of that. I think that angle of the whole Kevin Samuels, Nicki Minaj thing, that's a road that He wanted to go down that road. He can go down that road. I didn't think it. I didn't think. I didn't think there was no way. There was no Pookie and Ray Ray educated lame element to it. I didn't. So if he wants to go down that road, he can go by himself or not by himself. Whoever wants to go down there, whoever wants to go down that way with him can go that way with him. But I'm not. That's not what I. That wasn't one of my takeaways from the conversation. I'll just say that. I'll just put it like that and leave it there. That wasn't one of my takeaways from the conversation. So no, I'm not going to be reviewing that aspect of it. I do understand that it got very entertaining over there when that one chick that hopped up on my show named I think her name was Sweet Life with Atari. I was calling her Sweaty Life with Atari. You know, I think when she hopped up, it got fun, it got interesting, and I thought Obsidian and Dennis Sperling was picking her apart, and then she just started trolling. You know, just she started going to punchlines and talking points. Yep, educated lames gotta pay, but Pookie get this for free. I mean, once a chick start doing that, I mean, unfortunately, it's people who gonna be like, "Oh, she cooked them." But I mean, really, she just came up with generic, dragged out sisterhood punchlines, and I like it got goofy at that point. Like I lost interest after a little bit, but overall, I mean, I do like conversations like that. When she came on my show, I definitely had some fun with her. But overall, me doing a play-by-play review on what Obsidian got going on with his whole angle about Nicki Minaj being sex starved or something, or not getting a spot hit right by the Pookies. I'm not. That ain't that one. That ain't my battle. So no, you won't get too much reaction from me out of that. He said, "Wow, it's going down kind of sad when you think about it. What's kind of sad? Explain what you mean, educated lane. Channel member and Patreon. Explain what you mean when you say it's kind of sad. Explain what it. Why did that look? Maybe I should go with that. Yeah, I should go with that. Channel member and Patreon, Uneducated Lane, one of the best names on YouTube, Uneducated Lane. Explain what you mean when you say it's kind of sad when you think about it. Shout out to E. Capone. Shout out to Bowdy Thug. Shout out to TD Hutch. Shout out to Devin D. Shout out to Paul Game. Says Bernard has to stay away from that. It was funny though. Yeah, I mean, I didn't see all of it. When she got on full troll mode, that's when I was like, just quit listening. I quit listening when she got on full troll mode. Sweet Pea Diabetes says, say it ain't so. Shout out to Sweet Pea Diabetes. Shout out to Ray Hannah, the Hannah Force. Shout out to Sweet Pea Diabetes says, brothers that listen to Jordan racist Peterson. Yeah, I knew you was crazy. He said, do you have any opinions on the FBA versus non-black immigrants issue spearheaded by Tariq Nasheed? Is that potentially worth a video? Potentially. He said that intro is good. Shout out to Lion J. Shout out to NBA fan. He said Jordan disrespected Eric Dyson. No, Michael Eric Dyson disrespected Jordan Peterson. He called him an angry white man. He literally called him an angry white man. What you talking about? Yeah, damn. All right, y'all a little interesting. We almost got 100 people in here. Hit the like button. Hit the like button as people come on in and lets people know that you're in the building. He said Bernard's historical slave owner's last name was probably O'Reilly. That's Irish though. I don't know the history very well. I just say that. But they changed their name to Riley when they came to the States. But when did the Irish come to the States? The Irish, I don't think they came during the transatlantic slave trade. I don't. So that's why I'm like, that's why I don't think you got it right on the history. I think when the Irish came here, they was treated pretty bad. I don't think they came during that time and was owning slaves. But anyway, the Irish and Jews changed their name. All right, fair enough, fair enough. I'll let you rock. I'll let you rock. I'm no history buff. But oh, that's what you mean. Okay, yeah. I kept reading down the comments because I wanted to know what you mean. I wanted to know what you meant. And you said that we should be teaming up, but we beefing. Yeah, I mean, I'm not beefing. I don't do that beef stuff. A lot of content creators in this space, in this algorithm, it's just it's like clockwork. Either sometimes bi-weekly, sometimes bi-monthly. On a good year, it might be quarterly. They on a good year, it might be quarterly that beef is going to happen. That's just is what it is, and I stay out of it. It's funny. I was just talking to my brother who he told me he was a huge fan and supporter of Kwame Brown. Damn, I just cut my hair and I got a little piece of hair in my eye or something. He told me he was a huge supporter of Kwame Brown. I don't know if supporter like he was giving him money, but he definitely was rocking with him. When Kwame first got going, when Kwame Brown first got going and was all we the people and was raging at the machine and took down Stephen A. Stephen A. talked all that junk about him for years, and Kwame went in on Stephen A. Had like 60,000 people in there at one time, anywhere from 30 to 60,000 people in there. I think I saw it top out at 50 at least, but he had it rocking in there, going in at the establishment. It was hype. It was everything. Stephen A. tried to mount a comeback, a counter strike, and then Stephen A. shot a complete airball. Shot a complete airball trying to clap back at shout out to Captain Cisco in the building. He says, Bernard, do you know how to fight? I mean, y'all have seen me fools. I mean, I'm a big dude. I know I ain't been in a fight. I ain't been in a fight in a long time. Put it like that. I ain't been in a fight in a long time, but I'm pretty confident. I can throw a. I'm pretty confident I can knock a nigga out if I need to, but I ain't been in a fight in a long time. I'll just go ahead and say that. Um, that's a very random question. That's a very random question. You got me looking over my shoulders and stuff. Like, why are you asking me that question? why why are you asking me? who want to know? that's where I'm at with it. Who want to know? I want to know who want to know. This is a catch a flight sphere. People been back, talking about catching flights. so I don't know. You let me know who want to know. But like I was saying before I get into the topic, I see we got people in here. Shout out to Corey Burke in the building. Like I was saying, my brother was a big supporter, big fan of Kwame Brown. Kwame Brown was going at Stephen A. He had 50, 60 people in here. He raging at the machine. He taking major shots at the establishment. I'm like, oh, he doing something. He doing something big here. And even when Stephen A. tried to clap back, Stephen A. shot a complete airball. That video had more thumbs downs than thumbs up. And it got less total views on ESPN. A big machine that big got less views. Stephen A's clapback got significantly less views than Kwame Brown's initial hit. And Kwame Brown I think, probably was in his car on a cell phone. And Stephen A in $1 million studio, in $1 million studio with ESPN backing. Like, that's when Kwame Brown was like, your fist was in the air for him. It was a movement. And then he just devolved down to beefing with other YouTubers. Shout out to Tommy Sotomayor. I was like, if Tommy Sotomayor drag him down into just going back and forth with him, I was sitting there thinking to myself, all right, Tommy going in on you. Y'all seem like y'all was cool. I don't know the whole Marvel origin story, but I'm like, okay, go ahead, Kwame. Go ahead and make one video, set the record straight from your perspective, and then leave it alone. But then Tommy kept coming back, then Kwame kept coming back, and then for you know it, he was beefing with Hassan Campbell. Then he was beefing, then Kwame was beefing with Hassan Campbell. He was beefing with this dude. He's beefing with that dude. And then from my brother who don't got his ear to the streets on all this black YouTube stuff. He don't got his ear to the streets on it. So it's like, I was supporting him because he was like coming off like the leader of a movement. But then he was like, wait a minute. This is just turned into just some ninja shit. It just turned into just him just from my brother's perspective, he's because you gotta keep in mind he don't got his ear to the streets on his black YouTube stuff. So he was just like this turned it's like he's like I go in to try to watch Kwame Brown and all he doing is talking junk about some other dude I don't even know. I don't know who this other dude is. And he was like, I found out who some of them people is just from listening to Kwame beef with him. But I don't know who these people are. He just talking junk, naming this name, talking junk about this person, beefing with this person, and threats going back and forth, and snot boxes about to get rocked, and all kind of stuff like that. It's like it was good. It was like to him from the outside looking into him. It was just like this shit is weird. It's weird. So he just gradually quit watching. And a lot of people gradually quit watching. And Kwame Brown devolved down to just a normal, successful YouTuber, whereas before he was the leader of a revolution. He devolved down to just a normal, successful YouTuber who can go live and, get 2,000 people in there and make some money and, have some views and have a good conversation. And yeah, it's cool. It's all right. It's nice. But he had something special before he started beefing. And so for me, that's the problem with beefing. So to what Uneducated Lame said, problem with beefing, we should be, on the same team, squatted up, but everybody cannibalizing each other right now, it seems. Yeah, y'all know I stay out of that. I stay out of it. My name Bennett, I ain't in it. My name Bennett, I ain't in it. I ain't going. I ain't being involved in that. But shout out to RBR at Network, the second craziest person on the internet. I don't know who the craziest person is, but RBR is definitely amongst there. Definitely high up in the ranks. But I gave him the number 2 spot. I got to work out a list. But RBR in the building, he says, black women are not your enemy, black man. The AZI nays are. Okay, thank you, RBR. We needed that. All right, we gotta pick up the pace here. RBR just slowed down the offense. All right. Flying low in the building. He says it turned into Ninja Highlander, just the usual. Yeah, all day.
These last $2, I'm not gonna lose.
But thank you for dropping your last $2 on it, flying low. But yeah, that's definitely what it turned into. That's definitely what this space turned into, and the space that we refer to as the manosphere is what it is. But y'all know I try to keep my name clean and out of the nonsense. But here we go. Let me get to the main course, the main point here. Let's get on with the topic. Let's get on with the show. Enough with the intro. I just kind of spit bars. There we go. Now, this actually came from this clip I'm about to play. It actually came from Fresh and Fit. Well, not Fresh and Fit. Well, Fresh Prince CEO, one half of the Fresh and Fit duo, actually dropped this clip. Because him and Myron, look, they doing big things. I know a lot of people don't like. Well, I wouldn't even say a lot of people don't like them. You don't got that many subs and people not like you. But you know how the sphere feel about them. Yeah, I mean, not the sphere, but just in general. Y'all know what it is. I don't need to explain that, but they doing big things. They, the stuff that they doing, the stuff that they got going on. If you're on YouTube doing content, they are, and they've made it to a place where I think we all, to some degree, aspire to be. But so they was at some event with Jordan Peterson. They weren't a part of the event. I think this is Fresh's cell phone footage. This is this is Fresh's cell phone footage that came from sitting in the audience or whatnot. They did actually meet him and took a picture with him. They did a little photo op with him, but they was but yeah, they were just more or less just in the audience. I think the woman that was on stage, they did invite her back. They got her on their show. That woman that was on stage with Jordan Peterson. But Jordan Peterson, as usual, always says some good stuff. He kind of fell out of the good graces of the manosphere when he made that one comment that he made when he was talking to Hafez. Notice Hafez didn't push. Well, I mean, that's Hafez, the roommates. But notice he didn't push back or blow up the spot. Just want to say that real quick. But I'm gonna move on. But where am I? If y'all forgive me, I got a big screen right here. When y'all see me looking up like this, I'm looking at a big 60-inch screen and trying to find screen big as hell, but I still can't find what I'm looking for on it. But all right, we about to get into it. Let's get ready to go. Let's get it. Title of my video: Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson drops another bomb on feminism, and he said a lot of other stuff too. So let's get into it. Cross cultures. Oops, hold on. Hold up. Yeah, I just saw the top of my head. I just cut my hair, and I know when I cut my hair, all my little light semi-bald spots be coming through. He said Jordan Peterson was talking slick. Yeah, a little bit, a little bit, a little bit. But no, he was cool today. He was cool.
Correlation between male sexual sex difference.
Tall ass nigga. Peace.
And it's a reliable sex difference. And it's true across cultures. The correlation between male sexual success and socioeconomic status is about 0.65, which is unbelievably high. That's higher than the correlation between IQ and academic ability.
All right. Those are a few things that we talk about on this show quite a bit. Male academic success. I'm sorry. Male economic success. And I want to make sure I got exactly how he worded that.
Success and socioeconomic status is true across cultures. The correlation between male sexual success and socioeconomic status is about 0.65, which.
All right. The correlation between male economic success and sexual success, he's saying it's high. When he throw out the number, 0.65. Okay, we don't know what that is, or we don't know how high that is, but he does break down and explain why that's high. That is that's higher correlated through more higher correlated than I think he said economic success and IQ. And IQ matters, or something that we like to deny in this liberal SJW, social justice warrior, everybody gets the trophy culture. We don't like to acknowledge that, yeah, intelligence is partly genetic, and people who are intelligent tend to do much better in life. That is a high predictor of your life outcomes. We don't like to admit that because we like to believe what we have all been told, that you could do anything you want to do and you could be whatever you want to be and you can blah 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 blah. That's what we tell people. But yeah, that's not actually true. that's it's not true in some contexts. In a certain context, it's not true. In another context, it is. If somebody want to be successful, they want to be rich, if they're driven, if they got an idea and they drive it all the way home, even if they're not as smart as the next person, but they just work harder and fight and achieve and blah blah blah, yeah, they probably will get there. But intelligence is a much bigger predictor in whether or not they'll get there. This point he's simply making is that a man's economic success and his sexual success is is more higher correlated than that intelligence when it comes to the outcomes. But didn't really define what sexual success is, because I get the feeling he's not just talking about getting access to random badges. I get the feeling he ain't talking about that. But let's hear further where we going with it.
Undeniable sex difference, and it's true across cultures. The correlation between male sexual success and socioeconomic status is about 0.65, which is unbelievably high. That's higher than the correlation between IQ and academic ability. It's the most significant relationship between two hypothetically unrelated variables that I've ever seen in the social sciences. And the correlation between female sexual success and socioeconomic status is negative 0.13. And that's partly because highly successful women intimidate men. All
right, hold on. We got to back up, because y'all know I think that was some bull, that highly successful women intimidate men. We're going to get into that. But it's worth pointing out. It's worth pointing out that when we be talking about women increasing their status, this what I don't like. This is what I don't like. A lot of people, and it's a growing trend of a lot of people who like to charge up, channels like mine and channels like, I can name off all the names. Y'all know the names. Channels where men speak up and talk about. You can call it the manosphere. You can call it a lot of manosphere adjacent channels. You call it whatever you want. Channels where men speak up and give their perspective on these things. They try to make it seem like, oh, that we're just pulling it out of our it's not an hour into the show, so I want to hold back on cussing. But we're pulling it out of our behinds. That's so they try to say that. Okay. They try to put that out there. When we say that a woman becoming successful and making more money, that doesn't necessarily make her more attractive to men. It doesn't improve her quality, her mate value, or as we call it, the sexual market value. It doesn't improve that at all, but it improves it greatly for men. A man becomes successful, he looks extremely attractive to women. If a woman looks like Rosie O'Donnell, she becomes successful, she still look like Rosie O'Donnell. Nothing changes. Nothing changes. Jack Black can get rich and then marry a supermodel. That's how it works. That's how it works. So it doesn't improve things for a Rosie O'Donnell looking woman. It just don't. It just don't. Well, Rosie O'Donnell don't even like men, but just go with me. Go with me. Go with me. But y'all get my point. That's something that we've been saying all along. And that does go back to that Kevin Samuels, Nicki Minaj conversation where she said that don't worry about what these men want. Don't worry about these men want you. You're the product, the men are the customer. Don't worry about giving the product what they want. Just worry about yourself, become more successful, and then go out there and figure out what you want. He's taking what we're saying, and a lot of times we do talk from a perspective of like we're just talking, locker room talk truisms. But I like it when the data lines up with the locker room talk truisms. Because there are a lot of us who just, stick strong to the data. I like to stick strong to the data, but sometimes you don't even necessarily have to do that. Sometimes it's stuff that we just intuitively know. We just intuitively know, but it's nice when that data line up with it. It's nice when that data lines up with it. And he's showing in a pretty solid and firm way that the data is lining up very, very strongly with what we've been saying from the start.
Sexual success and socioeconomic status is negative 0.13. And that's partly because highly successful women intimidate men and all.
Okay. I'm putting out a APV. I think that's the right term on anybody who can find me any data, anything, anywhere that actually shows that successful women intimidate men. What I hear when I hear them saying successful women intimidate men, it's no different from me saying that Victoria's Secret models are intimidated by me. No, they just don't want me. I don't look good enough or make enough money for them. A highly successful woman saying that men are intimidated by her. No, maybe you're fat, maybe you're ugly, maybe you're an obnoxious biatch. Who knows what your reasons are? Who knows what your reasons are? But that's utter nonsense. And men, again, this goes back to what Tom Lakis originally called Vagina Vision Media. Obsidian eventually adopted that, called it Black Vagina Vision Media. It goes back to that, where they just were saying stuff unchallenged for so long, and then men just nodded and went with it. And right here today, I think men are still just nodding and going with it. He's nodding and going with that because it's like you won't find a study. You won't find nothing anywhere. I'm yet to hear, and I've looked. I've took the time. I've tried to find moments where these type of discussions was happening, where I heard at least one man say, "Oh yeah, I'm intimidated by a woman that makes a lot of money." I've heard men concede the point when they're referring to other men and say something like, yeah, well, the reason why men may be intimidated, well, some men are intimidated by that, but I've never heard the actual culprit say, yeah, that's intimidating. Like you would never get that. You would never see a study that reads like this. 71% of men admitted being intimidated by women that make a certain amount of money. You'll never see that study. So it's the women who, for whatever reason, they're having that sexual, that lack of success. They're having that lack of success that Jordan Peterson was talking about, the negative point, whatever the hell he said it was. I forgot. They're having that lack of success, and they're coming up with their reasons and excuses. And men are just nodding and going with it. And it's pretty bad when Jordan Peterson, who's intelligent and armed with all the facts, stats, and data and everything, just goes with that. But I'm like, find some men who actually utter those words. Yeah, I'm intimidated by a woman that makes a lot of money. No, you probably just don't want to be with a pushy chick who thinks she could boss you around because you make more money. That don't mean you're intimidated. But they just go with that. And dudes just nod their head and just concede the point. Omega Nerd said women are usually in fear of spiders. No, real talk, my woman has real bad arachnophobia. Real bad. If she's looking at her phone and scrolling down and a spider, like there's a video about a spider on Instagram, and she like scrolling down, she's scrolling, she see a spider, she'll throw her phone. Like she's that afraid of spiders. Like it's like she got it bad. But anyway, let's roll it.
Also, because they only mate up and across, they have a very small mating pool. And so
now that's the correct point. Not the intimidated part. It's they only mate up and across. All right, meaning that's when he's saying it in an intelligent way. He's speaking from intelligentsia. They only date and mate up and across. But really, what he's saying is when you hear chicks saying, a man got to make what I make or more. That's what it means. Across meaning he makes what she makes. Up meaning makes more. So when he say they only date up and across, and there's data to show that they only mate and date up and across, that's what that means. He got to make what I make or more. Now with Black America, it do be some different junk going on there. That's the term homosexual that exists. It is some different things going on with Black folks. That's something we got to average into the equation. We do got to average that one in.
So men are often irritated about that, and if women weren't like that, we'd still be chimpanzees. So that's something to think about, because chimpanzee females are not sexually selective, by the way. And so I actually mean that technically. And women will use markers of wealth, not because they're gold diggers, although some of them might be, the more psychopathic types, and they're not very sophisticated, but because that's a decent marker for competence. And women like competence, even though some of them confuse it with power and are therefore afraid of it. They like competence because they want to redress the inequality in vulnerability that's associated with childbearing. So if you're a woman and you want to have a child, you have to be pregnant, and for the first 5 months, that's not such a big deal. Although I wouldn't know.
A bit of a big deal.
But it's not a big deal compared to the last 4 months, let's say. So
That's accurate. That's accurate. I don't know why that was probably just her inner feminism. Just it is a big deal. No. It's not. It's not. I've seen it. My ex-wife, she could barely walk the last 3 months of the second pregnancy. Yeah, the last few months of the pregnancy, that's when they get put on bed rest. That's when they could be very well bedridden, like somebody on a deathbed, damn near. And them first 4 or 5 months, they be trying to go to work. They be working and doing all kind of stuff. They try to live a normal life. They'll try to sneak in a hot girl summer while they 4 months pregnant, see if they can hide that little pudge. But but nah, when them last few months, that's when it's go time. That's when it just got real. But them first 3, 4, 5 months, they be still partying at the they be at the house parties and stuff still, be drinking up all the liquor, trying to pretend like they ain't showing. they be clowning them first few months. Ain't even told nobody. They ain't even told nobody they was pregnant yet. Them first few months, they chilling.
that's quite a burden, and women are very vulnerable.
But well, since I'd already stopped it right there, see, yeah. Yeah, they be in there pretending like they ain't showing. But Jordan Peterson be dropping bars, be spitting straight bars, It's not gold digging. It ain't. It's not gold digging when they want a successful man. If the ones who are smart and doing it the right way, if they're gonna be pregnant, they're gonna be married, they're gonna be attached to somebody, yeah, they want him to be successful. They look for markers of success and competence. They want that, they need that. It makes practical sense. If they just saying I want that dude with money just so I can get my hair did and look a certain, just if they just want another bag, they just want another nice handbag. That's one thing, that's one thing, that's where it can get in the territory of something else. But if there's a such thing as a chick legitimately given legitimate reasons why it makes sense for her to want a dude with money, that just is what it is. Now, as I've said before, I've said plenty of times, and I will always keep saying this, back before women were able to make their own money, a dude with money was a dude with a regular job. Dude with money was a dude with a regular job. Now that they can work a regular job and make regular money, regular money dude is nothing. So the only time they feel like they're hypergamous, need to level up, marry up, or relationship up, it got to be a dude that make a ridiculous amount of money, and they warped it in their mind. That's the only relationship that they gonna really respect. Thus the reason that they, operate the way they operate, say the stuff that they're saying, do the stuff that they're doing, because they don't care, because they don't have to care, because the damn social safety nets, the whole works. They either gonna make their little bit of money. If they successful and smart, they're gonna make a lot of money. But if they fail at making a little bit and they fail at making a lot, they got the social safety nets, government handouts. Shout out to the, they got the government handouts and everything like that to basically, keep them from falling too far in society. So yeah, they in a situation where they can't lose. They're in a situation where they can't lose, and that makes the value of men drop down drastically. In their mind, at least. New York in the building. Channel member. I didn't even realize I don't know if you're a new channel member or you just became, or when you've been a channel member or you just became a channel member. But either way it go, I do appreciate you and thank you for the super sticker. I do appreciate that. Says the male version of hypergamy is beauty standards, like her beauty makes him the man. Yeah. Yeah.
In that situation, and then they have infants and they're extremely vulnerable. And so why the hell wouldn't they want someone competent to help if they had any sense, which they do? And so if you want to, the best way to be attracted to women is to be competent. And then, like, confused women, especially young ones sometimes are attracted to sort of Machiavellian guys that kind of have a psychopathic edge. And the reason for that, and it's only the case with young and inexperienced women, because the older women get smart and that doesn't work anymore. But the reason—
No, okay, hold on, JP. Do they get smart and realize it? Okay, hold on. Let me not charge them up. Let me make sure I heard it right.
Guys that kind of have a psychopathic edge, and the reason—
I said I wasn't getting in all that Pookie and Ray Ray stuff, but he low key talking about Pookie and Ray Rays, or he gonna refer to it as, you know, the bad boys, but in a Black American context, we know what he talking about. I said I ain't getting into that nonsense that's going on right now in the sphere. I ain't getting in it, but that's kind of what he talking about here.
For that, and it's only the case with young and inexperienced women, because the older women get smart and that doesn't work anymore. But the reason that
all right. See, that's where he sort of got the cape on just a little bit. It's not 100% necessary to play this, but he kind of put the cape on. So I'm just gonna. It's not that they got smart. It's that they got outboxed into a corner to where they realized it ain't gonna work. The young and dumb. Shout out to Pablo. The I was young and dumb said every Black baby mama ever. Yeah. I was young and dumb. But did they really get smart, or did they get left with no other choices? You know, did they find themselves over 30 or over 40, overweight, with a couple kids by a couple men, and then had no options but to get with the guy that made long-term sense? So did they wise up, or did they get outboxed into it, or did life outbox them into a corner? You know, did they find themselves in a situation where they were about to lose, and then they had to wise up late in the game and try to figure out a way how to win? Is that more or less what happened? You know. And that's the reason why I don't got a problem with Kevin Samuels, even if efforts are futile in the long run grand scheme of things. I don't have a problem with him getting his message out to the masses, which is a similar message to a lot of the sphere. Reality is reality, but him getting that message out to them, to get it in their mind, try to inception it into their brain that you can't wait until you somewhere between 35 and 40. You can't. It don't work that way. All you're gonna end up doing is finding some dude that you probably not gonna truly respect, because a dude scooping up, overweight, damn near 40-year-old baby mamas is he ain't a top tier cat. But everybody don't get a top tier cat, so it is what it is. But you get my point, though. You get my point. I done got sidetracked. Give me a second.
it works is because the psychopaths mimic competence.
There we go.
And it's only the case with young and inexperienced women, because the older women get smart and that doesn't work anymore. But the reason that it works is because the psychopaths mimic competence, because they're calm and confident. And usually people who are calm and confident because they're competent. But if they're psychopaths, it's just because they're calm and confident. And so,
man, that's a good point. Like, that is a really good point. He really talking about that type of guy who's wired in a certain way, where he gives off that bravado that, he's that dude, he that man, he walk in the room like he own that thing. He could be broke, He ain't got a dime in his pocket. He don't even know where he probably not even know where he gonna sleep that night. But I've seen dudes like that walk in the club and clean up. I just see dudes like that walk in the club and clean up. You gotta be almost mental. Like he called him a psychopath, but yeah, you gotta be somewhere on that spectrum to have that much of a I don't give a damn attitude to where it just oozing up out of you, and women can just see it, and they see that. And he's explaining how they interpret that as they interpret that as some competence in some way. It's like it's certain triggers that human beings have. We evolved a certain way to have certain triggers, and certain people give off a certain type of energy. That's truthfully, that's real talk. That's what dating coaches be talking about. When they be talking about being confident and all of this and all of that, that's he really going down that route right there.
Reason for that, and it's only the case with young kind of ones. Young ones sometimes are attracted to sort of Machiavellian guys that kind of have a psychopathic edge. And the reason for that, and it's only the case with young and inexperienced women, because the older women get smart and that doesn't work anymore. But the reason that it works is because the psychopaths mimic competence, because they're calm and confident. And usually people who are calm and confident because they're competent. But if they're psychopaths, it's just because they're calm and confident. And there's a narcissism that got it.
People who are calm and confident are normally calm and confident because they're competent. They know and trust in their ability and what they can do. But a psychopathic, crazy ninja with a I don't give a damn attitude, he just calm and confident because hey, that's just what I am. So it is a difference. But when it comes to women looking at it, they can't see it, they don't know the difference.
Goes along with that. That's also easily confused with competence. And so that's partly why women like bad boys when they're young. It's more complicated than that. That's part of the reason. So, dress like you're in the top 10%. That'd be a good start. And, one of the things that I find rather appalling about our current society is the proclivity for virtually every adult to dress like a 10-year-old kid. It's like, that's your goal? What the hell? What do you think? Woman's going to be attracted to a 10-year-old kid? What kind of, especially if he's 40? It's like, that isn't going to work. And you can be all bitchy about that, which I wouldn't recommend. It's like, oh, women, you're so picky. It's like, yeah, they're not picking you.
Now, one thing about in Black America, older men who dress a little more younger, a little more hip hop, it don't affect them like that. That is an interest. Maybe it affect them with a certain type of woman, a certain class of woman, a woman that's cultured in a certain way. But overall, in general, it don't help them. But when it comes to other groups of people, yeah, that is a bad look. That is a bad look. You see, if you see a 40-year-old white man with a jersey on, it don't even look right. But in Black America, a 40-year-old black man can rock a jersey, nobody bats an eye. That is an interesting thing. But he's saying that increase, he's making that argument of of men complaining about women not picking them. He's making that argument based off guys who dress younger than what they are, and that's not really a thing in Black America. I like to listen to Jordan Peterson because he say a lot of things that draw a lot of parallels. Some of the things that he point out, even if you're talking about just in general in Black America, it may either be on steroids or it may be flipped completely upside down. It may be flipped completely backwards to whatever it is that he was saying. It doesn't. We in an upside down world to where a lot of it don't even apply. We're in an upside down world where a lot of it don't even apply. We almost like we got to pick our spots and pull out the aspects of it that do apply. When we listen to the intellectuals out in academia, they're explaining these kind of things. We gotta pick out the parts that apply. And I mean, truthfully, not into very recently. The closest thing we got is probably Dr. Tiasan Johnson, somebody like that who is, out in that world, who he don't break it down like what Jordan Peterson was doing from just purely a dating and mating type of, thing like that. So we really don't got nobody in who's breaking it down like that. Like we got dating coaches, shout out to them. But we don't got like we don't got a Jordan Peterson equivalent that really does that does the research, who's smart and breaks these things down. Because when we break down our own stuff, our own numbers, our own situation, the stuff it'll come out completely different in how we will analyze it. Actually, Eugene Robinson, that book, I forgot the book, Obsidian always referenced that book. I haven't read the book, but I feel like I have, because he's quoted it so many times. Splintering, that one book, why no, we don't got Steve Harvey. Stop. We got the we got I don't know, that book called Why Poor Women Choose Motherhood Over Marriage or something, Disintegration. Disintegration. It's so some people have dabbled into it, but nobody has really, taken off, hit the mainstream running with those type of conversations. Nobody has actually done that. That's black. At least done it in a way that we would actually like. That Jordan Peterson, in a Jordan Peterson-esque kind of way. That hasn't exactly been done. But that's more or less what I wanted to say on that. The bomb that was dropped is the earlier part in the video, because I do these long live streams. Sometimes the point in the title can get lost in the midst of the live stream. But the main point that was dropped is that he pointed out that a man's economic success and his sexual success, how they are tied to, like, it's like the correlation is like 0.6. Like that's the highest correlation for two things that are seemingly unconnected, ever. It's a higher correlation between that than IQ and academic achievement. And you wouldn't think that at all. You wouldn't think that at all. You'd think that IQ, somebody who scored really high on an IQ test would, have a high, extremely high academic achievement, which they actually do. But it's not like what you would think. It's not as high as a correlation between economic success and sexual success. But for women, it is the flipped around polar opposite. It is the flipped around, flipped backwards, flipped upside down, polar opposite. Their economic success is, and here I am forgetting the exact amount of difference, but it was like negative 1 point something. Negative 1 point something, the polar opposite. But the link is in the chat. Anybody want to come up and join into this conversation? I'll probably play a little bit more of the tape, but I think that might be it.
So I would say further than that, in some sense. So imagine that you dress the part, but you should play the part. It's like, if you want to be confident, and you need to be confident to approach women, and women underestimate the degree to which men are terrified by women. I mean, women being rejected by a desirable woman that's a major league form of rejection. It's like, your genetic material is not sufficiently attractive to propagate itself into the future. So
we don't look at it like that, because the only thing we look at it is just what we see a fine chick, we want to holler. But when you go and holler at a woman, you have no intentions on going up there and getting her pregnant. But from a pure animalistic standpoint, that's your genes telling you to go propagate your DNA, and that's why you get horny and aroused, and that's why you're out shooting your shot and doing what you're doing. That's your genes telling you to go spread your seed. That's literally what it is. From a pure animal standpoint, that's literally what it is. Her rejecting you is her saying, I don't think your genetic material is worthy. So yeah, that is a hit. That is a hit that we have to take. That we got to take that licking and keep on kicking, or take the kicking and keep on ticking, or whatever the saying is. That is the hit. That is actually what's going on there when that happens.
I've counseled lots of men who had terrible trouble with women, and our strategy always was, well, have something to offer. Like, really, and what are you trying to offer? You're trying to offer the maturity and the resources that would enable you to set up a household with children in it and to protect them properly so they can play, and to provide a stable lot of time thinking and then a little bit of time writing. And so each sentence is packed with explosives, really. Man, I could do, and
Now, here's the thing with that. When he's saying that, okay, if a guy is not having success, well, have something to offer women. What does he want to offer those women? Well, offer them, a stable house and blah, 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 so they could raise kids and the children can play and all of that and this or that. See, here's the thing. Here's the thing, and we keep going back to this. And the more that we get women to talk on this issue after proper questions, it gets made quite clear to a lot of them that they do view it as that they can make the money and provide that for themselves, that they don't need a man to offer that. So the market is flipped upside down to where the other things have market value. And I go back to the sweaty life with Atari chick, basically trying to come up here and say that when she be getting her troll on, but she was like, yeah, Nicki Minaj, she got her money and she just got her Pookie, she just got her somebody who who look good. It's like women can. That's one of the, again, those side effects of feminism. Women can get on some stuff where they operating and thinking and moving just like men. It's like Jordan Peterson still talking like the 1950s with that offering a woman. Like, that offer is not as great of an offer unless you're like a top 10, top 5%er. That offer is not a great of an offer for a lot of women. There are some that do see it as an offer, but this market demands that something else be offered, and that something else may very well be something that don't got nothing to do with the long-term viability of the environment, of the children, and all of this and all of that. And like, that's more or less where we're at with it. That's more or less where, they're talking where what was that article that me and Obsidian covered? Strategic singlehood. I don't even know if Kevin Samuels covered that one, but that strategic singlehood piece, stuff like that. They're talking about, how to strategically stay single and not have to deal with a man or need a man. So it's getting to the place that even though I know society, yes, society does technically fall apart. Society does technically fall apart if men and women aren't together building families, but the market as it is dictates that men operate on some, be about that single life type of stuff. Unless they got money, because then they statistically, if they got a lot of money, then okay, then they look more marriage viable to a woman. But the way everything is set up, their balls, the woman got them by the balls. the way it's set up, the woman got him by the balls. Because okay, he offers everything that Jordan Peterson just said he needs to be able to offer, and that for that offer to be appealing, he got to be damn near pretty much in the 6-figure crew. Okay, and then now she can operate like that, where she can just have the kids and late and be up in the man's house and be the wife and blah blah blah. We just saw what happened in my last video. It's on Patreon right now, and it's on the members only portion. It's on Patreon right now, and it's on the members only portion. And it's just she basically had that life and just got tired of it. She had that life and just got tired of it. I mean, she wanted to break up with him, just like that. Like 4 kids, just want to break up with him. Just like that was basically her reason why. I just got tired of it. But it does come down to a situation where, in order for the guy to make the offer to them the type of offer that Jordan Peterson is talking about. They got to be in the top 10% or higher. And by getting in that top 10% or higher, you're putting yourself in the most vulnerable position with the woman. The most vulnerable position where she got you by the balls because you make significantly more money than her. And then you marry her and she got all the power. So even though I do acknowledge that society crumbles if families don't get together and stay together, but goddamn, what you want men? What you want men to do in the situation? What you want men to do in the situation? Shout out to my main man Jonathan Barronville in the building. He says Bernard up there looking broke and dusty. You know, ain't nothing broken dusty over here, homie. Ain't nothing looking broken dusty over here. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm looking fresh and clean. My undershirt a little wrinkled. I got, my button ups in the dry cleaners right now, and a lot of my blazers are in the dry cleaners. So I ain't looking as crisp, but I do got a fresh haircut. Got my beard game, a little shiny. Don't say I'm broken. Speaking of broken dusty, why the name of your show Broken Dusty? I think most people in this space that know who you are know you're pretty far from broken dusty. So I don't understand why you named your show on the Lapeef Network I'm Broken Dusty. I don't understand that one. I don't understand that one at all. But you started your show on Broken Dusty, and then one of your female co-hosts. I ain't gonna even blaze you how your female co-host just then became your girlfriend after 2 episodes.
Beta!
Since you got jokes. Yeah. Since you got jokes. Snuggles in the building says, would you be kind today, Bernard Riley, and be a good sport? Okay. All right, Snuggles. All right, Snuggles. Here we go. Where is it at? All right. Shout out to Snuggles.
Hi, I'm Snuggle. Snuggly softness. That's really less expensive.
Kiss My Asperger's in the building. She said, do you think male/female relationships will matter as much once the artificial womb is perfected? I think that's going to be a really good thing for the LGBTQ folks. I think that's going to be a really good thing for them. I don't know how it's going to overall affect straight people. I really don't know. I mean, I like the idea of it just from, I'm like, if you got you a little, you got your little baddie, you don't want her to mess that body up with a baby, you can, have them extract her eggs and put it in a damn Ziploc bag or whatever they do. And then you put your semen in there and they seal it up and then a baby grow in the bag. And like, hey, you get to have your baby nice and safe in a damn lab. Once that technology get there, I'm like, hey, okay, your little baddie don't got to lose her body. That's where my mind go with that. But I don't know how it's going to affect. I don't see why it would affect the relationships. People desires are, they're people still gonna get together. It's just all a matter of how in the context. It's all a matter of how in the context. Coach EO in the building says you can't debate animal desires, body, mind, but you can challenge the body mind by forecasting if action taken will provide profitable returns. There you go. Intellectual reasoning. Salute to B. Riley show. Absolutely. And y'all can RM, you can drop the link to Coach EO. Drop the link to Coach EO, if you will. Do appreciate that, brother, coming through, supporting the stream. Link in the chat if anybody wants to come on up. Shout out to GC in the building. Shout out to Game Changer. Says does more for reproduction than sex. If Coach E, oh, you want to come up and expand on that, what you said there? I mean, I almost don't want you to pull up on me because people be saying my setup looking good and I'm looking crisp, but man, you killing it so hard. I ain't on your level yet. I don't want you to show me up. But but no, if you want to come up and expand on what you're talking about right there, you're definitely more than welcome. The link is in the chat. The link is in the chat. The link is in the chat for anybody who want to come on up and get a piece of this conversation. Yeah, that's what I was getting at. You just explained the very short-winded way of my long-winded way of saying that the artificial womb is more about reproduction than sex. It's more about that than what it's about actual relationships or people having sex or getting together. That's why I said the only benefit I could see from it is if you got a chick with a nice body, you don't want her to mess that body up with the baby. It's still y'all baby, still y'all genetic material. So it's still the same thing, still the same win, so to speak. Still the same thing. So that's where I'm at with that. That's where I'm at with that. I saw something, and y'all about to make me change topics completely until somebody come up. I saw something with DJ Academics where he was talking to the Andy Worski guy. I'm probably gonna do some pre-recorded content on this when I get off of here. And I still gotta post the conversation me and my woman had right here in the studio. I still gotta post that on my Patreon. I tried to do it last night, but I didn't save it to my computer. But it's still there and available. It's still there in the it's on my main, it's on my studio equipment. So I'm definitely gonna be posting that on the Patreon and perhaps the members end of it tonight. But I couldn't do it last night like I wanted to. A few more announcements while I wait to see if somebody is going to come up. A few more announcements. I do got a confirmed interview this Friday. We're going to have I don't know if she publicly goes, but on her YouTube channel, almost said her previous her previous name, but Crimson Cure got confirmed. Going to have Crimson Cure on the show on Friday. That is confirmed. So I'll let y'all know that that's coming down the pipeline. I am looking forward to that one. We'll be having Crimson Cure in the building. Long overdue. I meant to get this done sooner. Real talk is only fitting now that is that is going on because she blowing up big as ever. I wanted to do it much sooner. And I forgot, it's a lot of people. I still haven't had a GMB Grown Man Business on here. Still haven't had come your, what you said, I'm pulling up, come your sweaty ass on up here then. But you got to cam up though. She went from sweet life of Atari to sweaty life of Atari for real. So unless that you got to cam up, her armpits start sweating. Her underneath her wig started itching. She you know when they get nervous. They get real sweaty and they gotta lift up their wig and scratch underneath. They gotta scratch underneath their wig when they get nervous or sweaty. She got real sweaty instantly when I said she got to cam up. You're talking real tough on Obsidian's show last night. Let's see how tough you talk on camera. That's what I want to know. I want to see you talk with all that confidence and bravado and machismo on camera. with the damn headscarf head scarf and all. Fucking got the Erica Badu rag on your head, sleeping your eyes looking all crusty. I want to see that. But anyway, Snuggles in the building says, what is Snuggles? What is Snuggles talking about? Let's see. She said, you know what? I might make an appearance because of Crimson on Friday. Depends on how everything goes. Snuggles, we know you ain't coming up. We know you ain't coming up. You will not come up. You're a troll. You're a troll. You are a troll. She said, and did. No. I the part of it also, I didn't watch all of it, but I know for damn sure you didn't. You wasn't on camera. I gotta put on my makeup so I can be. She actually funny though. She actually funny. All right, we got Game Changer in the building. What's going on, GC?
Hey, what's going on, Bernard? How you doing, man?
Doing good. Wonderful. What's up?
Nothing much. So I didn't get to catch your whole intro and everything, so I don't really know what the show is about. But I do want to ask you. You said Atari went off last night on Obsidians. What's that about?
Well, no, she didn't go off. It was actually a good conversation where, she came up to try to defend whatever, position. And Obsidian was for the most part picking her apart. And Dennis Sperling came up and was giving her the business. And then she just got on what I would consider full troll mode at that point, where she was just like, yeah, educated lames gotta pay, but the pookies, they get this pussy for free. She started talking like that, and then once she started trolling like that, then it got to the point where I was like, I more or less quit listening. I don't know if I turned it off or I just fell asleep around that time, because he went on at 10 o'clock, so it probably was midnight by the time she was on, and so yeah, that was more or less what it was. But you're a regular friend of the show here, so I mean, you can respond to that, or you can just speak on whatever's on your mind. I get the feeling something always on your mind. I mean, you recent shoot, just hey, whatever's on your mind. Talk about the last video you posted, whatever. It don't matter. Whatever's on your mind. Go ahead.
Yeah, the last video I posted was actually about how Hollywood, or basically society at large, is pimping hood nigga culture. It's what I call pump and dump. Basically, they made it into a big thing in the 80s and 90s, and then they just poof, like, okay, we're not going to talk about this anymore. And I think that's part of the reason that a lot of
Wait, hold on. I messed up. I spaced out. ADD. You said they said we're not going to talk about what anymore?
Okay, so in the 80s and 90s, there was like a lot of Boys in the Hood, Men's Society, Belly, New Jack City type movies and stuff like that, promoting a certain image.
Right.
The real nigga image. And that was Hollywood basically pumping it up. That was them. I mean, they're doing to hood niggas what they did to the LGBT, or excuse me, with the LGBT community now. Basically they were the new it group. They were the group that was highly promoted, just like they're promoting the LGBTs now. It's every now and again what I notice, just like they did with the Italians and Fonzarelli and the leather jacket and the A, and they Hollywood always picks a group of people that they promote heavily.
Okay.
And then they promote this group because they want the rest of society's buying habits to reflect their that group's buying habits. So if you want to sell people St. Ives malt liquor or something like that, or Old English or whatever, then you look to the people that's already buying that stuff, and then you promote that image so other groups will want to be like that and purchase in that particular pattern. You see what I'm saying?
So you're saying that that's part of the reason why the hood image and aesthetic was promoted?
Yeah.
Because society or just the mainstream, the people in charge of the consumerism, they wanted to make them look cool so they could try to sell to people what those people are consuming, because their thought process, man, these people are some big consumers. A lot of them are broke, but they spend a lot of money. How can we get other people to buy like them? Is that more or less what they're getting at? What you're getting at?
That's exactly what I'm getting at. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Other than them doing that with the well, hold on real quick. Hold on. Al Boogie in the building. He says, okay. That's I'm trying not to cuss. I screw with the used car salesman look, player. I didn't know I had a used car salesman look. However, I did used to sell used cars at one point in my life. I wasn't even good at it though, but I did it. So there's that. But I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Do the LGBTQ folks, do they actually consume something like that? Like I don't
It's
know.
not a matter. It's not a matter of consuming a lot, even though that helps. That helps with the thing. It's a matter of consuming new stuff. So, like take white people, right? I'm talking about like the basic white people, whether it's whether they're the corporate types or whether they're the cowboy types, you know, the rednecky types that like to go fishing in the pond and shit, right? They all wear Levi's. They all wear dungarees. They all wear Lees. You're not going to change that because that's part of their culture. It's easier to get them to take on another culture, you know, that may wear, you know, polo, that may wear, you know, different type of clothes. It's easier for them to it's easy for society to get them to change their culture than to get the people in that culture to change their genes. So now if you take a look at the L Gibbets, you know, I've seen young men with fingernail polish on. So, you know, and who probably, and I doubt that there actually are L Gibbet. However, their buying habits, their purchasing habits, what they drink, you know, maybe bubble tea or whatnot, whatever they drink. I don't know what these young dudes are doing, but I'm just saying, like, their buying habits is starting to mimic that of the L Gibbet community. And the people who used to sell this stuff to them, you know, are happy that they did.
No, good stuff. Good stuff. I do see where you're going with that. One thing that I will do, since you're here and you missed the beginning of the show, I'll take it back to this interesting point that Jordan Peterson made, and get your raw reaction to it. Get your raw reaction to it. Putting you on the spot. Where is it? Not there. Oh, hold up.
Tall ass nigga. Peace.
And it's a reliable sex difference, and it's true across cultures. The correlation between male sexual success and socioeconomic status is about 0.65, which is unbelievably high. That's higher than the correlation between IQ and academic ability. It's the most significant relationship between two hypothetically unrelated variables that I've ever seen in the social sciences. And the correlation between female sexual success and socioeconomic status is negative 0.13. And that's partly because highly.
All right. That was it. That's essentially the name of the, you know, I titled the stream, you know, Jordan Peterson dropped a bomb on feminism. That was more or less the bomb right there. So just what's your raw reaction to that?
Well, I was like half paying attention because I'm doing something else. What was the gist of what he was saying?
It was short. I'll play it again.
Okay.
You trying to get me back because I ADD'd out on you when you was talking?
No, I'm literally, I'm looking for a thumbnail for my show. So
okay. Yeah. Let's try again.
Okay.
Tall ass nigga. Peace.
And it's a reliable sex difference, and it's true across cultures. The correlation between male sexual success and socioeconomic status is about 0.65, which is unbelievably high. That's higher than the correlation between IQ and academic ability. It's the most significant relationship between two hypothetically unrelated variables that I've ever seen in the social sciences. And the correlation between female sexual success and socioeconomic status is negative 0.13. And that's partly because highly...
All right, that was it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I do agree that women go for guys with money. So, that correlation definitely exists. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's, yeah. And men don't really care about wealth. And I think that a lot of women who determine their sexual value based on how much they earn are very disappointed by that, especially the high earning ones.
Yeah, what I like most about that is because there's a lot of things that we say, men who, speak up and talk on these issues. There's a lot of things that we say that, some people will try to mock it. Like we just shooting from the hips here. But, and sometimes with some stuff we do. With some stuff we do. Sometimes we get real empirical and break down the data. Sometimes it's just something that's just like a locker room talk, man talk, manosphere, the man show truism type of thing. Like we just know because we know. Mm-hmm. But then when it's data points line up with it, to the point. I mean, you're a math dude, and then you're talking about the higher correlation between a man's economic success and his sexual success is even more higher correlated than a woman than somebody's IQ and their academic success. But the woman economic success and her sexual success is down in the toilet. Is negative. Negative. What did he say? 1.3. That's a exhibit 573B that shows that hashtag the manosphere was right. that's why I like to play and like to dig into, like to play the clips of this, like to dig into stuff like this, things that prove us right. And I see Sweaty Life with Atari is saying that that's not a bomb. It's not a big deal.
Well, it also says something else. I wasn't really thinking about it like this. I was thinking about what men want from women, but I was because when it's negative like that, I'm assuming that means that that the poorer they are, the less likely or the more likely they are to be sexually active. That does say something. I mean, it's basically saying that.
Well, to some degree, they got to define what they. Hold on, let me drop that. To some degree, they got to define what they mean by success, because if they're just talking about activity, just sexual activity, then it's a situation where a poor broker woman is probably just out just having more sex. But I don't think they just defined it as just raw activity. I think that I'm assuming it was more parameters. Maybe I got to find the exact study that he's referring to now, but I'm assuming it was more parameters in what they determined to be actual success. But we do get it and understand across the board. That's something we've been saying for the longest, that them making a come up in terms of how much money they get does not make that don't make Leslie Jones all of a sudden any more attractive. That's just that simple point. But yeah, Joe Smo, ugly dude, get that money right, get that money up. Yeah, he do become more attractive to women. Then it turns to an issue where you got to make sure that he ain't getting got by some chick. You gotta make sure he's still staying in control and doing what he's supposed to do, how he's supposed to do it, and everything like that. But those are whole other issues.
Well, I don't even see it, and maybe it does. I just don't really care about the mating options and the possibilities and probabilities of people like Leslie Jones. I do worry about the ones who are attractive. Like let's just take a woman who ranks somewhere between 7 and 8, right, on the look scale.
Yeah.
A lot of those be the ones who focus on their career. They try to climb the ladder, and even if they reach to the top, or reach to a reasonable point in the ladder, they are still 7 to 8, but they're looking for the guy with the 9 income, and that's because they may or may not have achieved that 9 income, and by 9 I mean top 10%. So it's like, listen, you're a top 30 to 20% chick, and you're looking for the top 10% dude based on your income, but he's not basing your value on that. Now that's a waste. That's a waste to what you could have had if you had taken your 7ness and find a 7ness dude a long time ago. Like, it's a waste of time.
Well, more importantly than that, they stay out there too long. They start losing points as time go by.
Exactly.
That's really where it's at. They start losing them points. Yeah, somebody's still gonna hit it, no doubt about that. But they start losing points. They stay out there. They start packing on them pounds and get a couple babies by by no account Negroes and whatnot. Then yeah, they whatever that 7 issue was talking about. Yeah, it could easily be dropping down to a 5. It could easily drop down to a 5, 6, or whatever the hell. So yeah, no doubt.
Exactly. And they're losing the points not only because I know a lot of women age very well. And they're thinking that, okay, I'm 45 and I still look good. Take Stacey Dash, for example, who did look good at 45. She's Stacey Dash now. But anyway, she
does she still look good, by the way? I don't even know.
Well, she's not visible enough for anyone to know, but I doubt it. I think I remember, like, she's got to be like 50 now. I think I remember 10 years ago.
More money was a long time ago.
Yeah, but I remember that she looked good at 40. But ever since she kind of did that craziness, people don't hire her. All right, let me see. She is, what is she, like 55? Yeah, she's 55.
Damn.
So it's 15 years ago that, I said that she looked good for 40. Who knows what she looks like now? But the thing is that just the number alone, like, let's say 45, just the number alone means that a guy doesn't know how much time he has. Like, next year, this year is cool. Next year, who knows? Same with people like Jenny Ma or something. Like, okay, Jenny Ma looks good for her age, but you don't know what next year is going to hold. Like, like whatever spell they use to keep themselves at that time is not really, you don't know when the spell is going to end. You don't. It's like me. It's like me. Like, I couldn't grow a beard for like the longest time ever, and like yours, I couldn't grow a beard like yours. I grew a goatee.
Did you have like a little Anthony Hamilton stuff going on the side?
No, on the side, just the sideburn went down. It was nothing on the side, Bernard.
Oh, you didn't even have a sideburn, or no?
No, the sideburn just went straight down. But like from the sideburn to the goatee, that area that you got there, nothing.
Yeah. Okay.
It was Sahara Desert. It was just barren, right?
Mm-hmm.
And just out of nowhere, it started growing. I think I was maybe like 40 when so I was older than you when I first started getting it. So my point is that stuff just happened. I'm not saying it's a good or bad thing, but I didn't need to shave for like the majority of my adult life. But I'm just saying, like, stuff happened. You can get with a chick who look one way, and then some gene or something kick in or break down or turn gray or turn wrinkled or something like that. And then you got something completely different. That is the real thing. And I think a lot of fellas think that, like, okay, I don't know. It's like buying some milk. You buy some good fresh milk, you smell it, it's good, but the expiration date isn't stamped on the milk. You don't know. Yeah, I'm over 40. I'm in my early 40s, Katie. So you don't know when it's going to expire. That's the thing. So yeah.
Yeah, all day, all day. Shout out to D-Rock Den who sent the cash app. I don't got my phone, so I can barely see who else did. Well, I can kind of see through the email. D-Rock Den did come through on the cash app end. Let me make sure that I'm seeing that right. Yep, that was D-Rock Den. Do appreciate you supporting the stream. Are you going live later on today?
Yeah.
All right, what time?
Probably like 11:30. It's 9:18 here now.
11:30.
Yeah.
That's 2 o'clock my time. 11. I mean, no, 11:30 your time would be 2:30 mine. Correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. What you going live? It's a live stream or premiere?
No, it's a live stream. So later on, I'm going to cover that Obsidian thing. I'm going to cover because I only seen a piece of his show yesterday, and I'll be covering that later on today.
What are your thoughts on what you saw?
Okay, I was going to save it for my show, but I'll cover a little bit of it now.
Well, yeah, just give a teaser trailer.
Yeah, no doubt. So yeah, I mean, to me, what I seen last night was brothers arguing with each other and the women just laughing. That's kind of what I mean, like, because we talked about this recently on your show, how much I don't give a shit about sexually satisfying a woman, right?
Yeah, I remember that. That was funny.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm looking at the show. I was like, dang, these brothers are arguing over which group is sexually satisfying the woman more. Like, and you got the women there just tee hee hee. They're fighting for the right to please me. This shit was just ill. It was just ill to me. I was like, oh man, yeah. So I'm definitely gonna cover that.
Man, that was that part of it was just weird. The only part of it, I mean, when Sweaty Life of Atari came up, it got the back and forth got a little interesting. It was fun. It was fun.
I didn't see that part.
Okay, that part got fun. But yeah, that overall, the Pookie and Ray Ray educated lane coming out of that whole Nicki Minaj conversation with Kevin Samuels, like that, I didn't that wasn't necessary. That wasn't necessary. It's that's why somebody was asking me earlier in the show, am I going to cover it or do a recap on what's going on on Obsidian's channel? I'm like, no, because I don't think that's a necessary route to go on it. It's I'm trying not to, I'm trying to talk about it without getting in it. I'm trying to talk about it without getting in it. But
well,
go ahead.
Go for it.
Nah, I'm fumbling on my words because I don't even know what to say about that, because yeah, I mean, you're right. It is one dude. I mean, it's not one dude, one group that's defined themselves as this, and another group that's defined as this. Even if we accept the premise that a woman said that the men in this particular group that she's messed with ain't hitting it right, even if that premise is accepted, I don't understand the going to war about that. I don't. So
the war already happened. Like, this is just ammunition to a war that already existed, and that shouldn't really exist. That shouldn't really exist. That's the problem. Like, I think that we should change the way we look at that. If a chick says something like, oh, I haven't been sexually satisfied, and I didn't hear the quote, but I'm just going off of what I heard yesterday. I haven't been sexually satisfied by a man, and blah 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 blah. I'm like, hey, don't disrespect your husband like that. How you gonna disrespect this man like that? I mean, no, for real. That's some disrespectful. Keep it.
But no, I don't even recall her saying I haven't been sexually satisfied. She was just saying crazy. She was just saying crazy stuff like. No, she was just saying crazy stuff like, is it wrong for me to want to come 3 times? No, can a man have sex 3 times in one night? Or am I wrong for expecting to have an orgasm every time I have sex? that was more or less what the discussion, what she was saying. Like that's normal woman talk. Like that women talk like that all the time about whether or not they're I mean, I don't know. Oh shit.
Well, it is. It's not respectful. The point is that she was disrespecting.
Yeah, a married woman shouldn't.
Exactly.
Yeah, let me back up and say that
Exactly.
a married woman shouldn't publicly say that. Yeah, I'll
Exactly.
say that.
So less than the Pookie Ray Ray. What's going on, City? Less than the Pookie Ray Ray discussion. It's really like a disrespectful bitch discussion. It's really more of a, you shouldn't be talking about this brother like that. So that's my 2 cents on that.
Yeah, all right. And I don't want you to give away too much of what I mean, it's aspects of the conversation you haven't seen because again, when Sweaty Life came up, the Sweaty Life with Atari came up there, you probably want to cover some of that because that got so you probably still got a lot of room to work, but I don't want you.
Well, what's her logo so I know to look for it when I'm scanning through? Okay, I see it. Never mind. It's a picture of her. Okay.
Yeah. A woman who looked like she get real sweaty when she walk upstairs.
Okay.
All right. We got Obsidian in the building. What's going on? What's going on? You just I've been laying in the cut listening, Obsidian.
I know you have.
I'll be honest. I don't the angle that you took on that Nicki Minaj Kevin Samuels discussion. You went down the yellow brick road, and I'm like, I can't go down there with him.
Well, what's interesting about it, what's interesting, is kind of reignited the Pookie Wars, right? So
no, hold on, wait. Don't say it reignited the Pookie Wars. You reignited the Pookie Wars. Nobody took anything Pookie or educated lame out of that.
What's the thing?
No, I disagree. I don't think Obsidian reignited it. I think the attacks on Kevin Samuels primarily came from those who would identify as that. So
right. Exactly.
I think that and Obsidian, being in Kevin's camp, did what he felt was best.
Yeah, they kind of outed themselves, which was interesting because people don't understand. From day one, when I started this back in 2015, my argument has always been Black women will talk about the problems they have with their Black man, but the way that they talk about it is if it's all Black men. And I always was of the view that was bunk. Black women only complain about the Black men that they are intimate with. Black women don't complain about Black men they're not intimate with. So my question has always been to get Black women to identify who those Black men are. See, Black women are very cagey about being detailed about who they are.
I'm with you on that part of it. I've always been with you on that part of it. It's a need for them to be specific about who and what they're talking about because we've broke down the data that showed that most Black men are not deadbeat dads. Most Black men are not these bums and these homosexuals that y'all talk about. So it is important to talk about the facts of what's actually going on. That's part of what the Manosphere was about challenging the narratives that were put out there about Black men.
And I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that.
I'm with you.
That's a kind of quasi-academic type of approach. So in other words, we talk about the statistics and the data and the research and so on, and cite our sources. That's kind of all abstract. When you ask these ladies pointed questions, okay, so let's approach this like a Law and Order show. Bum, right? And we're criminal investigators, and you ask, or we're FBI profilers out of Quantico, and you ask for a profile of the men that they're intimate with. What do they look like? What do they wear? How do they read? How do they come across? Black women start getting very vague when you ask those kind of questions. They want to present it as if it's just all Black men. Right. And we all wink nod in the know in the Black manosphere know why that is, because a lot of Black women don't want to admit that the Black men that they have chosen to be intimate with, they have chosen to reproduce with, in many instances have chosen to marry, are the very types of deeply problematic black men that they know they ain't got no business messing around with. So here we have Nicki Minaj doing her, I mean, this was her, Princess Leia moment. Help me, Obi-Wan, you're my only hope, with Kevin Samuels, right? And she is talking about the men in her life who told her, in response to her stated desire to experience a climax during intercourse, that she was a man for doing that. So my question became, okay, who are the men who said that? Are they Bernard Riley?
Now keep my name out.
Are
Keep my
they
name out of it.
Kevin
Keep my
Samuels?
name out of it.
Are they Mumia Obsidian Ali? Or are they Kenneth Petty? Are they, the Pookie archetype?
They're game changer. They're game changer. She's a man for thinking like that. It's masculine for a woman to have sex for sexual pleasure.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
That's what I do. I'm a man, and I do masculine things. And having sex for my pleasure is what I like to do.
No, that's not true. Scientifically, that's not true.
No,
Scientifically, that's not true.
Scientifically, we just discovered the clitoris like 80 years ago. All right, and we spent the most part of human evolution not giving a shit about their pleasure. So yes, it is natural for a man to seek pleasure, irregardless of a woman's pleasure.
That's not the question.
That is true.
Hang on. The question on the floor was that Nicki Minaj introduced. She was told that she was being a man for expecting to experience pleasure in the bedroom.
That's masculine.
She was told. So okay. So again, who are the men who think we know Kevin? We can eliminate Kevin from it. It ain't him. We can eliminate Mumia Obsidian Ali. I put together the Pookie book list. It ain't me. I've never heard Bernard say such a thing. So we can eliminate him. So who are these men? Now, Game Changer says it's him.
Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, time out. Obsidian, right there. That's the problem, because you're framing the conversation. I see you down there, sweaty life of a tyree. Me and I are having a conversation, sorting something out. When we get on some bullshit, I'll bring you up. But right now we're trying to get something sorted out. So just wait in the back. Because you kept coming down and coming back. I see you down there. You don't gotta keep announcing that you're there. But all right.
You were saying?
Okay, so like I was saying, that what you're doing is the problem with it.
How's it the problem?
You're saying, okay, I've never heard Bernard say it, but Bernard say that, and that is accurate. I never said that. Me and Game Changer actually debated that, because Game Changer think a man should care about a woman's enjoyment or pleasure during sex. I actually like to make a woman come. So I mean, I enjoy doing that, and she enjoys pleasing me, and we enjoy pleasing each other, and it's a
man cares about what he wants. I'm saying a woman shouldn't care about her own pleasure.
All right, so me and Game Changer, we debated that point, but at the end of the day, all right, so setting that aside, what you're doing, Obsidian, that I find problematic is that it's not necessarily about, okay, when you start saying, okay, Bernard Riley never said that, Obsidian never said that, Kevin Samuels never said that, but who are the guys that are saying that? Right. Okay, it's this guy, is that guy, and this guy, that guy, and this guy. They have a name, and they're online, and they're on YouTube. So it's like you're just putting out a beacon signal to look, women, we're the type of man that you need to be with, not them.
Well, I didn't say that.
I know, but that's okay.
Now I can see how people could read that into it. Okay, fair enough. But I never said you need to get with us because those guys over there ain't shit. That's not what I said. What I said was, I want to know, and I've been saying this from day one, who are the men that are causing your problems in your life, ladies? Who are they? And black women have refused to be specific and give us a profile, a description of who they are. It's always very vague, opaque. You can't really figure it out. It's all black men. No, it's not true. It's not true. That's my point. I want to know who they are. Who are these men? Tell me who they are. Nicki Minaj came as close as we have to answering that question so far. Because we can do it this way. You know what? How about this? Ladies, when you talk about the black men who cause you problems, give us a FBI profile who they are.
I'm down with that part of it. but I don't know how. I don't know how the narrative or takeaway from that Nicki Minaj and Kevin Samuels video is, aha, see, y'all pookies as a whole general group, y'all pookies, y'all not hitting it right.
Oh,
Now,
okay. All right. Well, how about this?
hold on, but it's
How about
okay.
this? How about this
Go
then?
ahead, go ahead,
Let's ask
go
this
ahead.
question. Let's ask this question. So we know what Nicki Minaj does for a living. She works in the hip hop economy. She's done very well at it. And we know that people tend to mate with people in their social circle.
Yeah, she has sex with pookies. No ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Okay. So when she's talking about black men in her social circle, the pool of mates from which she draws from to be intimate with, who are they? FBI Quantico. Let's get Quantico with it. Who are they? What's the profile? Who are they?
All right. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure Nikki messed with pookies. That's that much as, and I think you did some research on all her exes, but I don't even think that research was necessary. We could just tell, just from we can eyeball it from far away that she messed with pookies. Okay.
So when black women are complaining, and remember, the black manosphere came about as a direct result of black women's complaints. Take away the black women's complaints, there is no black manosphere in a very real sense.
That's accurate. That's accurate.
So black women have been complaining about black men doing them wrong. Okay, fine. We got to get like Quantico with it. Who are they? Who are they? Black women refuse to be specific. Take Cynthia G. She's important here. She wants to have us believe that all black men ain't sugar honey iced tea, but we know that's not true. We know the profile of the black men that she got entangled with, and it ain't Bernard, it ain't Kevin, it ain't Mumia.
Man, keep my name. I don't like when my name get used in your examples. Come on. There I said it in the build. It says, catch a flight, ninja, fly out. I'll beat you. Okay. All right, cool. JB, don't think you above getting timed out and or blocked for trolling me. Don't think I won't do it. I will do it, JB. I will. But all right. Like I said, in general.
So Cynthia won't. Cynthia now this is what happens with Cynthia, because this happened last time we talked. So I backed Cynthia into a corner because I did just that. I did the Quantico FBI profiler routine on her, and I got her to admit that even though black men ain't sugar honey iced tea, I might as well take the most sexually desirable one and do my thing with them. So I got her to describe who it was, and basically she hoisted herself on her own petard. So again, the guys over here, I'm not going to use your name. I'll just say the guys over here. It ain't the guys over here. So she hoisted herself on her own petard.
When you say the guys over here, again, I go back to what I said. It's almost like trying to get one group of men online to make their case, Dirty Mac on another group of men online over there, so we can get a cyber pat on the head from any woman in a listening earshot, and that just looks goofy to me, Obsidian. I don't understand it.
Well, first of all, why would I want a Dirty Mac on guys who, have trash dick? I mean, why would I want to do that?
All right. Okay. Game changer, you got anything?
No, I think that's the proper word. I mean, listen, femininity in the black community is scarce. And I think that we are reacting in a way to where any group would react when a resource becomes scarce, and that is become hyper competitive with each other. I'm seeing that a lot. And I'm saying that the women are sitting back laughing as we do this. This is an unnecessary division over a resource that they control. We need collectively as black men, we need to work on that.
Yeah, but why would I want to, link up with guys who have trash dick? I mean, why would I want to link up with them? I want to link up with guys who are verified sources.
You link up with the man, not his dick. Obsidian, you see, if I want to link up with somebody, I don't ask his wife how good he fuck. What the hell is that?
See, we don't have to ask her. She's putting it out there before 200 million.
No, but I don't care. Right. I don't care. I don't need a woman.
A matter of public record.
I don't need a woman's stamp of approval before linking up with
It
her.
ain't about a stamp of approval. She's putting it on blast.
I don't care. I don't if I'm linked up with somebody, you know, and his wife says something about his dick. You think I'm gonna not be linked up with him? What the
Hey,
fuck?
listen. If a brother is not handling it in the bedroom, but she putting it out on blast before the whole world, I got to think about that.
What the hell?
I got to think about it.
What the hell? So wait a minute, Obsidian.
Okay.
You telling me that if some chick out there, some jilted chick out there gave Kevin Samuels a bad report card, you stop fucking with him?
If it's Nicki Minaj,
why?
Because it's Nicki Minaj.
Why does it matter if it's Nicki Minaj or just some?
Because Nicki Minaj is different from the rank and file average at best chick.
Why are you assuming that he sleeps with average at best woman? So basically,
well, you said that. I
it
didn't.
Depends on so. Okay, let's put it like this: if
Okay.
an attractive woman gave KS a bad D report, she basically said his D is a D. You would say, okay, I'm not gonna mess with him.
Well, okay, so we know that Kevin deals with very attractive, very accomplished women. So if a very accomplished, very attractive woman of Kevin's roster, I guess you could say, or his mate or what have you, said that he thought that she was a man for suggesting that she wanted to have pleasure in the bedroom and he was inadequate. Yeah, I'm like, oh no, that's interesting.
I have a
Right,
rebuttal to I have a rebuttal to that. Hold on, I have a rebuttal to that came right out of Kevin Samuels' mouth. I think you know what it is. He talked about high value men, and how a woman shouldn't be expecting the earth-shattering sex and everything because he's working and he's about his mission. She comes second to his goals, to his to everything that he has to build and accomplish as a man, and he's going to get it in when he feel like it. He's practically told women, you get that high value man, you might have to share them, and two, you might have to have a vibrator or a magic bullet or with a butterfly or whatever they use to get themselves off with the little toys. Or I don't know how, I don't know, but anyway, you get the point. He basically have said that you don't be expecting no groundbreaking, mind splitting sex if you're dealing with a high value man. But so I'll throw that out there. But anyway, E Capone.
Yes, you're right. Kevin did say that, but Kevin also said that most men, and we're talking about black men, and we're talking about a certain segment of black men that I shall not name, don't know their way around the female anatomy down there. That most black men have not read books like the Kama Sutra. They're not learned in that way. They have very ignorant and retrograde and backward views of female sexuality, and they're not attentive and effective lovers. See, the thing about me.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
I got to stop you right there because again, this is where it's.
But he did say that. But he did say.
No, I'm talking strictly what you just said right there. Okay. Now, again, me and Game Changer got some disagreement on that. I do think that,
But he did say that. I'm just
hold on. I'm saying, especially if that's your woman and especially if y'all in a monogamous relationship, you do need to learn her. You need to learn her body. You should be able to satisfy your woman. Now, if you're just knocking down some broad, okay, I don't care. Just bend her over and just beat it up till you nut and then pull your pants up and leave. I don't care. But if it's your actual woman, yeah, you should know how to. But
that was the premise, right?
Wait, hold on. You should know how to satisfy her. So yes, I know how to satisfy a woman. I think, and I'm not anti-reading books and learning different things and different techniques, but I think most of us, it's like we learned on the job how to please a woman.
Well, if that learning on the job was effective, we wouldn't be having this conversation to begin with now, would we?
I said those of us that are efficient at pleasing a woman sexually learned on the job and not from reading it in a book.
So why are the guys that are effective so put out about the guys who aren't effective? It doesn't apply to you.
What I'm saying is it shouldn't be a dividing force amongst black men.
It's not a dividing force. I'm just simply going by what the lady said. It's not a dividing force. I'm not the one that's dividing.
You don't deal with men who can't sexually.
I said I had to think about it.
Okay, here's the thing. We have too many divisions in the black community for a number of useless reasons. One of the most useless that can possibly exist is a ability or lack thereof to please a woman. I don't give a shit when it comes to my interpersonal dealings with black men on his ability to please this woman. I don't give a shit. If she came at me and told me that, I wouldn't check her, but I'll tell him like, hey, your woman is talking behind your back about your stroke. What
She
the fuck is
giving
up
you
with
a
that?
bad,
I didn't ask her.
report.
Huh?
She giving you a bad report.
Yeah, I'm sitting. Do you know how many bad reports are out there about me in that regard? You think
I
I
can
give a
imagine.
shit?
I
You
can
think I
imagine.
give a shit? Like these bad reports going back to junior high. I do not care.
I can imagine.
Yeah, based off everything you said, Game Changer, I already know you got a lot of bad reports.
Don't care. But I'll be damned if I'm talking to a dude and he say, oh, I can't do business with you because some chick from high school said that you didn't stroke. I don't care.
Well, what's interesting, there's the idea out there that goes something like this. A lot of these, speaking about Nikki in particular, but by extension, other black women, that she and or other black women are lying when they give a man a bad D report. That has not been my experience and observation. Black women take D reports very seriously. If they give you a bad D report, it's for a good reason. They're not just making it up. Because black women, see, here's the thing. If black women are getting good D, they don't want other black women to know it. Because black women have frenemies. See, we men don't have frenemies. We either have friends or enemies. But women in general, black women in particular, they have frenemies. These are women that could be friends this morning, enemies this afternoon, friends tomorrow, enemies next Friday. It kind of vacillates back and forth. That's the dynamic between and among women. They can be friends one moment, enemies the next. And women understand, and black women are loath to admit this, but black women understand competition. They just don't want to own up to it. And they understand that the competition for competent black men all the way around, so to speak, a well-rounded, competent black man is fierce. So they put it out there that their man is really laying it on them. They know it won't be long before the vultures will be circling. So that's the reason why they don't put out, positive dick reports like that. They only put out negative dick reports.
All right, E Capone in the building with the super chat. He says, "I got 5 on it. BR. What up, GC? And oh man, shout out to you. Do appreciate that. Hold on, real quick. And this wasn't even a super chat. This is one thing I don't like right here. Okay, Shaka Nulu, and shout out to Shaka Nulu. He says the joke was actually on them. Atari ripped y'all a new a-hole.
Huh?
I didn't hear it. Talking about when Atari, I might bring Atari up for a second. The Sweet Life of Atari. She's saying he's saying that she ripped Obsidian and Dennis Sperlin a new a-hole. For those of you who saw it,
I'll let people come to their own conclusion. I mean, this is something I
noticed. Hold on, wait. This is something I noticed in this space is that men in this space will root for a woman.
I was about to say, that was about to say the same thing.
Man in the debate, but then all she got to do is just say a troll comment.
Right.
I don't want to get y'all no pussy anyway, because Pookie can get it for free, and they like that super hot fire video. Oh, they start. It's like, what are y'all doing? Y'all just will throw a black girl magic parade over any little bullshit comment that a woman make against a man. It's like that's getting weird. That's getting weird. She didn't say nothing.
And you know what's weird about this? What's weird about this also too? So black men have traditionally prided themselves on their skills in the bedroom. Now we're saying that the skills in the bedroom are irrelevant to a black man's effectiveness. I just find that interesting.
I'm a black man that don't really, tout my skills in the bedroom. I don't,
Wait, hold on, Obsidian. You just recently was saying that you got an actual video or a picture of you in the thumbnail, and the title says "Only in Black America is a man measured by what's in his pants."
Well, I actually said appearance.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. But okay, I can't now. I can't quote chapter and verse because I can't name the exact specific video. But you, in so many words, have made that point. But now you're making the opposite point, and so
listen. My whole thing is this: I'm about excellence in all areas. The way you do one thing is the way you do everything. That's why I'm at with it.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not.
Okay.
That's my own personal philosophy. I'm about.
It's not. It's not. I don't fuck the way I fix a car.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell?
Okay.
I mean, my hoop game is trash. That doesn't mean I suck at life. Like, I mean, what the hell? You don't have to be a master of all trades in order to be respected in a trade that you have.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
All right, Will Brown in the building with the $5 super chat. I do appreciate that. Ash L in the building with the I think Colombian shekels or whatever they call the money out there. Yeah, I called it shekels. But he said it is cringy at best when a man is concerned if another man is satisfying his chick. WTF. What would your thoughts on that one if you were planning on replying? Obsidian. A story to tell in the building. He says, this got weird, bro. We as men are choosing alliances / networking based on who plows best.
Exactly. We cannot do that because
go ahead.
If we do that, we're allowing women to choose for us.
Yeah.
That's essentially what we're doing.
Grown man business in the building. He says, don't let Obsidian distract y'all from the fact that Kevin Samuels had all of his talking points shat on to his face by a celebrity strag, a fake body, and a grapist. Oh, yeah. Okay. Fake body with a grapist husband. We know what we saw. Only okay. I mean, I have my opinion on that. The only talking points that I do believe that she, it was only one thing that I do believe she really took a crap on some of his talking points, and I do believe for whatever the reason was, some people will. I think it's a BS argument. Those that say, "Oh, he was smitten because he was in front of an attractive woman," like he's never been in front of an attractive woman, or people will say people will come up with their reasons why, but whatever the reason was. He did punt or take a knee on when she basically went on that whole little diatribe about women, don't worry about what these men want, worry about yourself, become successful, and then go figure out what you want. That is diametrically opposed to his message. Her taking that shot at dudes on TikTok or wherever, using Kevin Samuels' talking points. Her taking a shot at them. He didn't necessarily have to respond to that one. But I do think a fair point was made. And hell, I think Angry Man made this point that she came in ready to empty that clip on him, but he didn't take the bait, so she found somebody else to shoot with that gun. So that's more or less what happened. And I paraphrased the hell out of Angry Man, but that was more or less.
Well, isn't that a testament?
I do see that as very, very plausible.
But isn't that a testament? Even if you buy the premise. Isn't it? And keep that super chat by Grown Man Business. Okay, I want to speak on that for a moment too. But even if we buy the premise that was just proffered, wouldn't that be a testament to Kevin's skills in diplomacy? That he de-escalated a potential tinderbox. He didn't escalate it. He de-escalated it. He cooled it out. Wouldn't that be a testament to his diplomacy skills and something we brothers could do well to learn from? How to de-escalate a contentious and tense situation?
Yeah, he came in peace. He came in peace and he wanted to leave in peace. And so yeah, I mean that happened. That happened because
the consensus from a sector of the black manosphere, because I know the certain words are very sensitive. So from a certain sector of the black manosphere, it seems the consensus was he should have went in both barrel blades and burned the mother down, etc. so forth. And they seem to really pride themselves on that. I even watched a video where a guy, the name of the video was "Keep That Same Energy, Kevin Samuels," and they played a clip, a scene from a film called, I think it was Belly. So there's a scene with DMX, and he gets into a fist fight with another guy, and he's firing a gun in the floor while he's punching this guy. And so I take it to mean that this is how Kevin should have conducted himself with Nicki Minaj.
Feeling a lot of heat coming off that couch.
Yeah. So
who's feeling a lot of heat coming off a couch?
No, that was the scene on Belly. Remember Black? Remember Black? He was upset that
Belly is one of those movies I got to go back and rewatch as a full blown adult. I think I was What year did it come out? 94?
I think like 99.
Oh, 99. Oh shit, I was okay. I don't know why I don't
Yeah,
remember Belly.
DMX came his
Yeah.
rise came in the late.
Okay, yeah, okay, yeah, okay. So I did see that as pretty much an adult, late teens at least. So
Right.
I don't know why I don't remember Belly. I must have watched it one time and never went back. So I don't got a good
So
memory of Belly.
so that was the message was that Kevin should have came in with that. He like not unlike DMX, who definitely is a Pookie. And firing the gun and hyper masculine and dominating another person and beating them down. That's the way Kevin should have handled it.
Well, okay, I think that's again, that's an extreme view to say he should have came in like that. I would have liked for just I would have liked for him to challenge that point when she made the April Mason. I mean, I've said this already. When she made that point, that basically was like
the
same
byproduct piece, right?
the same point that he picked April Mason apart on. I would have liked for him to just give some pushback on that, but he chose not to do it. And I actually, I actually said it's a game changer when me and him was talking about it. I don't think he necessarily had to come in barrels blazing, ready to fight. It's almost like I look at it as he took a knee. I'm not going to deny that he took a knee, but when in football, when you take a knee, you take a knee, going into halftime. Okay, there's more game to be played. He's going to be on her podcast. I want to see how that goes.
Yeah.
I want to see how that goes when he's on her podcast. So some coaches they take a risky play with right when the half about to end, risk throwing an interception and a touchdown going the other way. Some coaches like, hey, if it's some time on the clock, we got the ball, we about to try to score. Some coaches take a knee going to halftime because there's more game to be played. I'm looking at it like this: there's more game to be played, so I'm not about to just say, oh, it's a full-blown wash. He made it to mainstream. He's completely going to go left. Now, if that happens, then I will give an honest breakdown and critique of him completely going left. But hold on, real quick. From what I see right now, there's more time on the clock. Okay, there's more time on the clock.
What's interesting to me about this is that, and by the way, I want to give Grown Man Business a kudos because of his word choice. He used the word "shat," and you don't hear that very often. And so I give him kudos for that. Bonus points for your expansive vocabulary and
eloquence. Come on, now don't do that to Grown Man Business. He said some harsh words and he kept it all algorithm friendly, and I appreciate that. That's why I said
yes.
that.
I'm giving him credit for that.
It's not. No, you was trying to say he had a low vocabulary. Don't do that to GMB.
But here's the thing though. The point of that belly scene is, you're supposed to stand on your issue, on your square, no matter what. You are a monochrome. It's almost like a Donald Trump. So a lot of brothers are saying you got to be like Donald Trump. So no matter where you are, you got the same hair, you got the same long red tie, you got the same suit, you got the same Queen's accent. You don't modulate like Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden or Barack Obama. No, you are the same no matter what. I just want to make sure I understand the argument. That's the argument. The argument is that Kevin should be the same no matter what, no matter the circumstance, no matter where he is, no matter who he's talking to. He should be the same no matter what.
All right, Jonathan, hold your thought, JB. I mean, not JB, but GC. Shout out to Jonathan Barreville, came back through with another heavy-handed super chat. I do appreciate that. He says, Bernard, be careful doing business with old man. His ex said he couldn't smash her from the back without standing on a stool, so she gave him a C-. You should only do business with honor roll D men. JB is trolling.
Thank God I never got a bad dick report.
We're gonna ignore.
I'm being accused of dick riding, but the problem is I'm not the one that gets the bad dick reports. So,
all right, I'm about to, and we got Pablo and we got Ed pulling up. I was about to let Sweaty Life up. I might do it later, but I did want to hash out. A few things with Obsidian before we let on some fuckery. So just if you're still there later on in the show, I'll let you up. Sweaty life with Nintendo or whatever the hell you
Yeah.
name it.
So that's the argument. The argument is that
Wait, hold on, real quick. Perfect Storm in the building. He says KS bowed down. The black woman is God. Jackie Jack in the building says if Nikki had wild out, she looks bad. Not Kevin Samuels. Right. Okay. Ash L in the building. He says stop the BS. She was clowning the whole time. She wasn't exactly clowning him though, but she was being her, entertaining self. I mean, it's again, it goes back to the either she said what she said about the people on TikTok. That was her indirect way of saying what she wanted to say about him, but she just said it indirectly about somebody else.
But why would she need to do that?
You make a good point on that. I'll give you that point that she is very direct. So
why would
what
she
I'm
need
thinking,
to do that?
hold on, wait. No, I already talked about why. She came with that gun. She came ready to empty that clip on Kevin Samuels if he would have took the bait from the questions that she asked. He didn't take the bait. He was diplomatic. He kept it cool, kept it casual. So she just found somebody else to shoot that gun at. That's
but
what
wait
happened.
a minute. But if the argument is that she's a disrespectful strag anyway, so what? Just unload on him. It's her platform. She do whatever she want to do. She's the queen bee. She got it like that. She a boss bitch. Unload on him.
Okay, well, she showed even though she didn't, most people would disagree. She showed some respect to him, but she found somebody else to be a bitch too.
Because she says at the end of the interview, she says at the end, and she addresses her ladies again. I am not going to go in on this man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she did, and she did. That's why I don't like some of the people's reaction where they making it seem like she specifically went in on him. Where I think she actually took the time to not go in on him. But if you read between the lines, we know how she really feels. So it's like they both doing good business right now.
But she don't need Kevin.
I forgot.
She doesn't need Kevin. She takes no. This is what I want the brothers. This is what I want my brothers to explain to me strategically. Nikki doesn't need Kevin. Kevin needs Nikki, but Nikki doesn't need Kevin. Okay, she's already at the top. She don't need no man. Why she need to be diplomatic with Kevin? Why? Why does she need to be indirect with Kevin? Why the need for the subliminals and all that? Why? What is there to be gained from it?
I could tell you in a way how she kind of need Kevin. She do got an album coming out, and she has been making the rounds and getting on with one of the biggest figures on social media on YouTube. That's a way of her making the rounds and getting her name out there more. Hell, we talking about her. I mean, I didn't start this week thinking, or last week or whatever the hell, thinking I'd be talking about Nicki Minaj. So in that sense, that it was a tactic on her part to get the word out of, just to get her name. That's what they do when they got an album coming out. They find every avenue they can to just get people talking about them.
I didn't know that Kevin Samuels was a tastemaker in the hip hop world now.
No, he's not. But come on, like Nicki Minaj. I saw Beyonce when Beyonce had some album coming out. She was getting interviewed on Pardon the Interruption, the show on Sports Center. Like when you got an album coming out, you just go everywhere and do everything and touch every base with every possible place where somebody might see you and you be in their mind. And then when your album dropped, those people are more likely to buy. So from just a marketing standpoint, it did make sense for her. Now, I think that she came potentially ready to blow up the spot. Well, I mean, it was her spot to blow up, but she came potentially ready to do that. But Kevin was cool and didn't take the bait. Kevin didn't rate her a 6. So, because he didn't rate her a 6. He didn't, it was something else he didn't take the bait on. And then so she just, they just had a cool conversation.
So a lot of the brothers, what I'm getting from this is this. A lot of brothers think that diplomacy is weak, that modulating your message is weak, that social calibration, that you act differently in different situations is weak. That's not what a real man does. A real man.
You mean like jumping up on couches and twerking? You mean like jumping up on couches and twerking, behaving some way that's inappropriate for the circumstance like that?
I have no idea. I'm talking about the situation with Kevin. My thing is, a lot of brothers seem to be saying that doing what Kevin does is not the way a man should act. You should be that way no matter where you are, with all women, regardless of station, regardless of achievement. All women should be treated this way. You should be outspoken no matter where you are at all times.
Well, Obsidian, I was drawing a
Do I have that right?
parallel there.
Before we go any further, do I have that right?
I would agree.
Yeah, I
That's
think
where a
that's the
lot of the
general thinking
emotion
of the critic.
behind that. Yeah.
Some people are saying that. Some people are saying that.
Well, the people that are the loudest voices in this discussion, I'm not going to say any names because it's your show, Bernard, but the people with the loudest microphones on the other side of the debate, they are saying that. I just want to make sure I got it right.
The audience is saying that too, because Lord knows I'm hearing that shit way too much on my chat. Go ahead.
Well, Obsidian, if I may, I was drawing a parallel between the girls at the True Kitchen jumping up on couches, not understanding the environment in which and the situation in which they were in, and only giving in to their poor impulse control. Same with Kevin. There are men who, like you say, they want you to keep that same energy everywhere. And that's just not very mature.
Well, and Pablo, I don't mean to correct you, but probably a better analogy, especially would be Antonio Brown basically saying "fuck it" and walking off the field, since we're doing football analogies, and waving, keeping it all the way real, because he was told what he was told by that coach. Fuck that coach. Fuck this team. Fuck everything. I'm gonna be out and make a scene of it. That's probably more accurate to what men did, which is the same as twerking on the couch. But yeah, just kind of being funny, not being funny.
Well,
but
we
get it.
If you want to keep the same energy, by that argument, somebody be like, hey, how come you didn't piss in the sink? You pissed in the toilet.
I don't know.
Yeah, because that's why. Yeah.
I don't know if that one work.
Well, because it gets to the point where you get so ridiculous. It's like, are we even engaging? I want to add this, and then I am going to slide out. I'm really getting tired of this conversation. I'm not here to tell you what to do on your show. I'm talking about my audience. Unless I bring it up, I don't want to hear nobody shit about no L's. Because that shit, when you start saying shit over and over and over and over. Now, I ain't talking about, again, people always get mad at me when I say I ain't talking about content creators because they think I'm trying to hide from beefing and shit. That's not the case. But what I'm saying is a lot of people jump from channel to channel to channel, gassing stuff up. And people act like folks don't see that. And it ain't just a couple of people. Because me, people say, well, why am I everywhere? Because it's easy to be in somebody's chat and do that because I got my stuff in front of me. But anyway, the point is,
what are they gassing up exactly? I'm just curious.
When you say what are they gassing up? Well, first of all, the thing that I said is I'm not this damn classic black man versus street dude Cold War is turning into a hot war.
Oh no! Wait, hold on. Time out. I made it very clear that ain't happening on my channel either. And that was one.
Okay, cool.
I agree.
Yeah. Whoa, easy, everybody. Anybody can rewind the tape. To when Obsidian
this got nothing to do with that.
Hold on, wait, stop. I just want to say, anybody in here listening right now, y'all can rewind the tape when Obsidian came back up. That was almost what he came back. I mean, that was the first thing I did. I gave him pushback on where he's taking this thing. And
but I'm not taking it there though.
That's not what it like. I ain't get to finish my point. That's not tying it together. Where is 10? Like when you look at it, where is 10 in the land? Is this JB said it, and I've seen a couple other people say it. Is the diploma, which is interesting with the 980s part 2 in this. If you look at that angle, is the diplomacy versus just zoning versus blitzing. Just straight blitz. And at the end of the day, Kevin is a corporate guy. And it's just going to be a different mentality. And then it's like folks are getting, like the level of, this is what I want to see. This is what I would hope to see. What I hope, and this is why I was so happy when Grown Man Business is down there, I was happy Kwame Brown blew up. Because in my opinion, a lot of it is that dudes want to see their brand of dude. Now that's that Kwame Brown ain't necessarily
brand of dude.
Masculinity. Kwame Brown ain't necessarily like a street dude. Kwame Brown is like more of a man's man dude. So that's kind of category, Grown Man Business puts himself in. But I want to see they brand of dude get in this situation and do similar shit, like not do the blitz shit, because I know what's gonna happen. Niggas gonna start revising history. And I will tell you, if that ever happens, I got all the clips. I know where all of them are. I swear to God, I will put a compilation together, and I will hammer that. I will beat the shit out of y'all with a baseball bat. With
wait, hold on. What happened? Something happened. I dropped down.
What I'm saying is, I want to see.
You got to just back up a little bit and just repeat what you said.
What I'm saying is, I want to see a dude that represents their brand of masculinity gets high enough to get into these situations, whether it's a Brittany Renner situation, Blue Jasmine, even as Nicki Minaj. First of all, because I want all dudes' brands of masculinity to be represented, because I know that's really what the issue is. But the second thing is, if those dudes do similar shit that Kevin did, and y'all start, it's like the Tommy shit. When Tommy would do something, and niggas start making excuses for it. Y'all start making excuses for it. That's when I'm gonna come out full force, blitz, and let y'all know. Because I know if it was they nigga they did the same thing, it wouldn't be the same energy. I've seen this before. That's what I'm saying.
But my question for you, Edward, is this, because I've heard you say this before on your channel. I'm going to paraphrase your position. A lot of black men, what this current situation with Nicki Minaj is really a stepping stone or insight into a deeper issue that some black men have with Kevin, and that's this.
Yes.
They are upset. I'm paraphrasing your position now. They are upset that Kevin has kind of been put to the forefront of the black manosphere, and they don't like it because they don't like or they reject his brand or style of black masculinity.
Absolutely. Okay. I mean, and anybody.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Can you tell us? We're going to do the Quantico thing again, but back to FBI Quantico, Virginia. Profiling. What is the profile of black masculinity that these guys prefer? What does it look like? Give us an image.
Okay, so there's I would probably say acceptable levels. Let me give you an example. Kwame Brown is not a street dude. He's a country dude. And so shout out to Grown Man Business, Alabama, construction, 6-figure, man's man type stuff. That's not exactly the same as street dude. So I want to separate that. The Kwame Brown would be more acceptable. What is the Jim Brown type? What's the Judge Joe Brown type? Like a man, that would be more acceptable, but that's not exactly what they want. But that's when people in Grown Man Business.
What do they want?
So as far as a lot of the folks that I see,
what do they want? What does it look like? Give us a picture.
I mean, we have YouTubers that fit what that brand would look like.
Okay, who they are?
But let me give me a second, and then I'll come up with a better
All right, while you do that, let me paint the picture.
I want to come up with names.
Let me paint the picture of what Kevin is. Okay, so we look at a brother with a tailored suit. Possibly a name brand.
All right, I got an answer.
Go ahead.
What they want is the nigga that the reform prison nigga. That's pro-black, but keeping it all the way 100. They don't like a Q Butter without Q Butter bending the knee to Cynthia G type. That's what they like. That's what they want. Which, by the way, that's a perfect example. Bending the knee, and niggas just forgot that shit happened. But whatever. That's what they want. They want a dude that is a reform street, the reform gangbanger type. That's what they want. They did they dirt, but they speaking life back in the community. They fixing what they fucked up, which is why Dennis Sperling had a fucking problem with it. And I'm gonna tell you right now, I brought this situation up to my barber, and my barber he has guns on him while he cut my hair. They're legal, but he's from New Jersey. You would look at him. He would get the real nigga pass. Like complete. He is a real nigga, and he almost cussed me out first time ever because he was like, I brought up something, as far as like Power. I don't even watch Power like that. But I brought up 50 Cent and he was like, yeah, I'm fucking tired of that drug dealer gotta make it shit. That shit don't be helping these kids. Da, 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 da. That's kind of like what they want. They want somebody that's been through the mud, came out of it. So if you haven't been through the mud, you are seen as not legitimate. And then it's not that, but that is how Kevin acts too, as far as how he goes about stuff, which is why the shit comes out when niggas get mad at him about Kevin and you know what people always try to bring up. But that's what they want. They want a former
right. So you're saying a former Pookie,
a reform. Yeah, I mean nobody who's denying that.
Okay, so what's interesting about that?
They're leaning into that.
So here's what's interesting about that. What's interesting about that is that has not proven to be a viable economic model within the
They
Black
don't
community.
care. They don't give a damn. Because hold on, Sidian, and I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why they don't give a damn and be quick about it. Okay. They don't give a damn because here's where the bullshit starts. And see, I could go in on this shit if I really wanted to, because there's bullshit on both sides. To be fair,
wait, real quick, hold on, real quick. Sidian, when you say that hasn't been a proven economic model, there's a lot of podcasts, people that have made it in this whole media
He's
sphere.
Talking from a community standpoint. Are you talking about from YouTube? Or are you talking about from an overall Black infrastructure standpoint?
I'm speaking specifically. What I'm talking about is specifically within the Black manosphere itself. Kevin has generated a lot of money. Hang on. Kevin has generated a lot of money from the very Pookie ranks that the Pookies are upset with Kevin right now.
And Tommy,
hang on. Remember, Kevin came to fame as a direct result of the Pookie media machine par excellence, World Star Hip Hop.
Mm-hmm.
So my question is this, because I agree with you, Ed, in your analysis. Why has there been no reformed Pookie brand of Black masculinity who has done what Kevin has done with World Star Hip Hop, which has gone viral 12 times? Why has there been no analog on the other side?
Okay. Hold on. Let me try to handle this one. It hasn't been one that came out of the Black manosphere, but there are a lot of people who do podcasts, who do video podcasts, some type of streaming that do have that type of bare minimum reformed Pookie aesthetic that has, blown up. I can't, probably won't do horrible trying to name chapter and verse, but if you just look at you look at a lot of these videos. Time out, Ed. Hold on. A lot of the places that Kevin Samuels has made the rounds, he's kind of went to places that bare minimum they probably ain't no real actual Pookies. I ain't trying to be I'm not trying to be the person that says who's a real nigga and who's not. But he made the rounds on places that have bare minimum that hood aesthetic. So places with that hood aesthetic can blow up. There's a formula for it. It just has not been
factors.
So what I'm asking, so we agree, Bernard.
Time out. It just hasn't manifested. Holy shit! It just hasn't manifested in the manosphere.
Right. So the question is,
come on, I just want to finish my sentence on my show. It hasn't manifested yet, and I put a strong emphasis on yet for somebody out of this space like an angry man. I do.
Right.
I would like to finish my sentences on my show. Angry man has the talent, the ability, the everything to actually do it, and I do think a matter of time it will happen for him. It just hasn't happened yet, and I think that goes back to speaking to Ed's point that a lot of people may be criticizing Kevin Samuels because their guy hasn't made it yet. But now, I think he will. I think he will. I think he will.
But my question is,
I think he will.
With Angry Man,
wait, hold on. I think he will. It just hasn't happened yet.
Right, but that's the crucial point, though. In business, timelines are everything. If something hasn't jumped off, and the argument is this man has stolen my stuff,
All right, no,
why haven't you done it? Why haven't you been able to do it?
No.
Remember, you cut me off.
We ain't doing that. We ain't doing that, Obsidian. Go ahead.
And that's important because like ain't nobody gonna say I said something and all that other shit. Now to the extent of what Obsidian was saying, the argument I make to my folks is if y'all feel that type of way about it, why don't you do the shit? I'm gonna create a blog post on things you can do for your favorite YouTuber as far as if you want to promote them. You know, because there are things you can do for free. I will say that, you know, and I'm gonna do that, you know, because that energy is, yeah, that's that. But the other thing I'm gonna say is, as far as what you were saying with Joe Budden and all that don't count because they were all famous. I'm talking about for people that came, like academics came, like Fresh and Fit came. They came from the bottom up. Not know I'm famous, and I decided to take a step down and use my fame to kind of be a little bit smarter about getting a lick. So
where the hell no jumper people? Where they come from?
I don't know where they came from, but they're white. So they have
I thought they had an ensemble cast with some white and black or something. I don't know.
I mean, well, I'm not 100% familiar with No Jumper, but that come on, man.
The white dude on there, he look like a white Pookie.
All right, so
I see other dudes that.
To be fair, a better example is like it's a dude. It's some of them dudes in Texas that kind of do what similar what Vlad does, and they're not as big as Vlad, but they're up there. I've seen O'Shea do videos about him every once in a while. So there are examples because there is an entire urban market that's like an urban like rap but trending news market that it does exist. It's just not adjacent to what we do because they're more talking about topics with their anchor being hip hop, but they still talk about other topics. And so there is a whole market that's bigger than ours. It's just we don't talk about it. So that does exist. So I'm not saying what you're saying doesn't have the pop. What I'm saying though is one of the things that happens is people like to talk about, to the extent that people talk about the community, the problem we run into is there's certain things that can't be replicated in a functional community. And this is where you hear Dennis Sperling. I've heard, I know you always say I always bring this dude up, but he has been making videos about this lately. Glendon Cameron.
Oh my goodness.
He has been.
No matter what, all roads been leading back to Glendon.
Well, whatever. You can say that, but my point is he literally made like 7 videos about this, saying that black people are the reason why he killed that business. All the folks, which I already knew, all the folks, like, and then even Grinch made a video confirming what Glendon was talking about as far as Straglanta. Because he listened to the video and said, oh, yeah, what Glennon's saying, he ain't lying. You know, he lived it. So Glennon's made like 8 videos about this, straight up across multiple of his channels. Just saying. So I'm talking about saying straight up that Atlanta used to be beautiful. Now it's a piece of shit because of hood niggas. That's basically what he's been saying. So what you're seeing is dude with money, more blue collar side. Dennis, more court lawyer, blue collar side. You seeing that across the board. So my point is, certain dudes are saying this shit cannot replicate itself in a functional community, and then you got other folks that are like, you're gonna find a way to fit our version of masculinity into this new community that would be created, or that we're not gonna be left behind. Shit. That's what you're seeing, and you're seeing that pushback. And that's really why this stuff gets hot. And Kevin is like a focal point of all this because he's like a representation as he goes up and up and up a ladder of potentially creating an image where they don't exist. Now, certain content creators have legitimate gripes as far as using your talking points and stuff like that. That's why I separate that because that's a little bit different. But overall, in the audience, it's pretty consistent that that's really what it is, which is what the emotional energy behind that is. Now, as far as, like I said, that street, mentality as far as the viable thing, the reason why it hasn't happened yet is the very reason why they don't like Kevin. A lot of these guys don't want to play the diplomacy game. It's the same reason why hip hop, a lot of hip hop groups fail. The Diplomats, State Property.
That's kind of ironic.
Jay-Z.
I was just about to say that. Yeah, the Diplomats failed because they didn't play the diplomacy game.
Well, I'm about to get a video about Jim Jones, about how Jim Jones didn't sign what's his name, dude out of North Carolina. I can't believe I'm missing his name.
Petey Pablo?
Not Petey Pablo, the bigger one. Smiles,
You're not talking about little brother.
Not little brother. He's not considered. Oh God, he's tall.
All right. Let's circle back to the.
I'll come back to it. But my point is, he didn't sign the dude because the dude wasn't real enough. And this is like a very, very big rapper right now. Anyway, I'll say the name.
Cole.
J. Cole.
His last name is Cole. J. Cole.
He said that. He admitted that. He didn't sign him because J. Cole wasn't real enough to him. So you lost. So my point is, the hip hop groups failed for the same reason. It's the same reason why Kanye went with Jay-Z over Dame Dash, even though Dame Dash brought him to the dance. The thing is, it's this. I'm gonna say this and I'm done. The reason why before they came, this is gonna sound nerdy. In Star Wars, you got the Sith. The reason why the Sith never beat the Jedi up until they started doing the Order of Two is because of the cannibalization of each other.
That's correct.
And the Jedi stuck together, and the Sith with cannibal. That is their biggest weakness because they'll start eating each other eventually. That's why I said I'm sick of. That's not one reason I said I'm staying out of it, but that's why you don't see them rise like that because it's that Highlander syndrome. They see one nigga rise. Think about it. Kevin hasn't beef with nobody.
Right.
But see, other people wouldn't have took that. And that's one thing O'Shea said. That's why O'Shea didn't quietly slid out. Because them beefing will fuck up the money, fuck up your momentum. And it's people that they cannot get away with that because that is a part of their base operating system. I'll leave it.
And I'm glad.
All right. Obsidian, just hold your Obsidian, please. Just hold your thought. Hold your thought. I do want to shout out to Super Chats. Really quick. A story to tell in the building. He says the football analogy was perfect. This is not over. What seemingly appears to be one step back will be 3 steps forward. I said, yeah, he took a knee, went into halftime. The second half is going to be the if he goes on her podcast. So I'm like, no, the game. I'm cool with him. I'm cool with him. You know, just treating that one like a little handshake. When they shook hands, they met. They got a little bit of rapport with each other, and he's going to try to go further. He's going to go. Hopefully, he makes it into the second half and does something. You know. Something, you know, so yeah, that's where I'm at with that. That's where I'm at with that. Where else we got? What else we got in here? That JB. Oh wait, no, wait. I'm sorry for putting that one back up there. KS down. Okay, oh wait, no. Story to tell. All right, here we go. All right, I'm caught back up to where the super chat was at. Mental agility in the building. He says the problem is Kevin could have stood his ground by simply unpacking. I agree. He could. I would have liked to see him do that. I don't think he'll sell out to the men for not doing it, but I would have liked to seen him unpack some of what she said, but and make a conversation out of them. But he didn't. He didn't at the slightest. That's a sensible statement that I can agree with. Ash L in the building says some of you are acting like we don't have eyes or are able to critically think. How do you talk about discipline and turn around and make a video with someone like Future? Makes no sense. 8 out of 8 to 10 kids. I'm gonna put a pin in that. We may circle back to that, and rather or not, that's
called
something.
A check and an appearance fee. That's how appearance fee.
But you know,
hold on, wait, real quick. Jonathan Barreville in the building, and I do agree with this. That's the reason I can see my title in my thumbnail ain't had shit to do with this. What we talking about now? We just kind of circled back to it because it's still apparently trending. You know, the numbers went up when we started talking about it, but so we accidentally stumbled back into it. When I've been trying to just put a nail in the coffin on this. It's got legs. I started out talking about Jordan Peterson and some other stuff.
No, black folks don't want to talk about Jordan Peterson. They want to talk about Nicki Minaj.
But anyway, Jonathan Barronville in the building. He says, all jokes aside, I can't believe we are still talking about this. This shouldn't even be a controversial topic. The state of black men is truly disappointing.
But it is a controversial topic, and here's the reason why.
Oh, shit.
To pick up on Ed's excellent analogy with the Sith, the old-time Sith, and then the new Darth Bane era rule of 2 Sith. Excellent point. And to bring around Ash L's point, because that's going to be in the news cycle now too. Here's my take on all this. Kevin has done something of a Faustian bargain with the Pookie and Ray Ray delegation. His rise is due to them. World Star Hip Hop is the most successful black male website. It gets, I think it has somewhere over 60 million views a month. And it has the coveted and highly elusive 18 to 35 black male demographic. 60% of its user base are black males. It was black males voluntarily uploading Kevin's videos from YouTube to World Star Hip Hop that caused him to go viral 12 times. I don't know if that's a record for World Star Hip Hop or not. It wouldn't surprise me if it was. Kevin does owe his success to Pookie. That's just the plain truth. And he's done a Faustian bargain with them. And at some point, that bill
explain Faustian.
Okay. What I mean by this is you do a deal.
Mm-hmm.
You get the desired result.
Mm-hmm.
But there is a catch. And that catch is something that is at the very least inconvenient and uncomfortable, if not just downright unconscionable. Kevin has presented himself as a gentleman. Even Nicki Minaj called him such toward the end of their interview. He is diplomatic. He's you know what he is? He's Sir Sidney Poitier reborn. That's the image that he is presented.
Just go ahead and call him Barack or Jesus while you at it.
Well, no, I mean it. So Sidney Poitier is kind of like the picture of poise and grace, and diplomacy and tact, and that's a stark contrast to World Star Hip Hop. And these brothers,
Just hold on 1 second. Let's see where he's going.
And these brothers do kind of feel some kind of way for not being accepted by wider society, by, to be brutally frank, a lot of women. And they can get behind Kevin when he checks women. They can get behind him on that. They're not interested in what they see as Kevin's capitulation to a wider, whiter world. But they do get behind him when he checks black women high and low. And we can debate the reasons, but for whatever reason, this is where Kevin is. And I think, especially with this move with Future and so forth, I think it's going to, it's the tension is going to ratchet up, because in the Belly world, I'm going to use that film now. In the world of Belly, the black men that inhabit that world, staying true to a code is everything.
Mm-hmm.
It's everything. You are expected to adhere to the code no matter what. It's not about situational awareness. It's not about, being diplomatic or strategic. The code is the code. And that's going to collide with the man that Kevin is. And that's why I call it, as a matter of fact, the code of the streets, yes. And that's the reason why I called it a kind of Faustian bargain. Because the two are inherently incompatible. They are irreconcilable. So it's at some point, sooner or later, the two worlds are going to collide. That's what I'm saying.
All right. I see you down there, Jackie Jack. I'm going to go to you in a second. Thank you for your patience. Pablo, that was Pablo that tried to jump in, right?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. We're gonna go to you, then to Jackie Jack.
I'm gonna piggyback off of what Obsidian said, in that a lot of black men of the ilk that Obsidian is referencing are very altruistic. altruism means disinterested self-concern. They believe so much in a particular ethos, code, or point of view that they're unwilling to make compromises. And it is a part of the reason that a lot of Black men find themselves in dire economic, social, and sometimes in the criminal underworld, because their pride will not allow them to let go of that disinterested self interest, right? So to give you an example, she has to be, according to them, she had to be checked right then and there on the spot, keep that same energy. Men like Kevin, myself, possibly Obsidian too, think more long range about what can I get out of this? How can I improve my situation? Not, I got to keep it real for the streets. That is the primary difference between, quote unquote, us and them. And I disagree with
But hold on, Pablo. I got an important question.
I disagree with Game Changer in that we can't have these we have too many of these petty divisions. No, we need more divisions. I don't care where a man's how much a dick game a man's putting down. I don't want to separate on that, but I do want to separate on, you believe in the criminal underworld. You believe in, street ethos. You believe in, you believe in gang.
Not petty division.
Right, petty divisions. You believe in gang. You believe. I don't live by those ethos, and so on those issues, I need to divide from you.
Right, Pablo. I got an important question based from what you said. You said that a man like Kevin Samuels looks at a situation is some code that I need to uphold for the streets. No, he looked at it as, how can I benefit from this situation? But where do you draw the line with that? If let's just say that him and Nicki Minaj, they go on his on her podcast, and let's just say he go full Derek Jackson mode when he get on there. Do you just look at it and say, oh, well, he's trying to see that's how he thought that he could most benefit from it? Or do you then say, come on, Kevin, you didn't made it that far, and now you done got on some outright bullshit? Like where do you draw the line with that?
That's for each man to determine where his line is. But I'm just saying, there's a
but so do you hold on, wait. Do you still back him? Hold on, wait, time out. Do you still back him and support him? Like, he's still your guy even after that?
It depends on what it is. It's like porn. Like I said, it's like porn. You'll know it when you see it. For some guys, what they see now, that's enough. They out. They punching the ticket out. Oh, Kevin should have done that. He should have checked that. He should have said this. He should have said that. For them, yeah, that line is now. For me, Obsidian, possibly, you possibly, that's not our line. Our line is, what more can I get from this? And we're not there yet.
Yeah, okay. My line would be, if when he go on her podcast a month or two from now on, whenever they said they was gonna try to set it up, if he like, all right, I'm here, I made it here. Now I'm about to go forward. If he go forward Derek Jackson, then I got to pull it back. I can't stand by that. I can still support him when I just saw him basically, take a knee, because there's a whole second half to play. So he took a knee heading into halftime. That's how I looked at that. He took a knee heading into halftime. You come out in the second half playing ball, then okay, good. I can rock with it. But if he come out in the second half on some Derek Jackson stuff, then hey, I can't stand by that. I can't support that.
If you honestly think Kevin is going to go full Derek Jackson,
I don't. Okay.
But see, now here's the difference. The men who are most critical right now believe he already did.
That's true. That's true. All right.
So we don't share the same ethos. Again.
All right. RM, that's hold on. Oh shit, that's one of the funniest jokes ever. That's my favorite line in that movie. Never go full retard. Yeah, he ain't. They acted like Kevin Samuels went full retard, but he didn't. He didn't. He ain't go full
and that
retard.
go to the street ethos is very important.
Well, hold on,
I talked about that before about Eli Anderson.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry, Obsidian. Please hold your thought again. I do want to throw it to Jackie Jack. She's been waiting for a long time. Go ahead. What you got?
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
I was just wanted to kind of bring another side to this because honestly, I've been
a woman's perspective? That's what you just came up here and said?
No.
You here to bring a woman's perspective?
No woman's perspective. I just wanted to say I've been like tired of this conversation because I think both sides are kind of extreme about it. There's people that want to say it was cool and he didn't make any mistakes. It was diplomatic. And then there's people that say he didn't go far enough. He didn't do enough. And I think that both sides are just too extreme with it. I think all we wanted was him to be like Jordan Peterson with Kathy Newman. So basically, when she brought up stuff that goes against what Jordan Peterson thinks is reality, he said something about it. It would be like if Jordan Peterson went on there and went on a whole tirade about how the gender wage gap is not real because of this, and this, and then she comes in right behind him and say, "Well, ladies, we got to get out there and march because this gender wage gap is not fair. We got to go against the patriarchy, all of this stuff." And then he just says nothing.
Right.
He just switches over to, well, everybody's not financially doing well. And you're like, what? You skipped over the fact that she went against everything you just said?
Yeah, that was more or less my point. That's the general point that I could have been making. Like he could have been, diplomatic.
All right, I'm back.
But he could have been diplomatic, but still make the points. That's all I've been saying. When she made that comment that lined up with everything that April Mason said, that we've heard him pick apart. Like he knows how to pick apart those things respectfully. He didn't want to go on her show and blow up the spot because he wanted to, the analogy I gave, he wanted to make it to the second half. He wanted another chance to get on her podcast. He wanted more work from this. But again, I mean, I like the Jordan Peterson analogy. Analogy where Jordan Peterson, he never disrespected nobody, but he never disrespected nobody, but he will explain the intricacies and nuance of, if a woman say something about feminism and women making their money and doing this and blah 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 blah, Jordan Peterson will surgically break down what's wrong with being said in a respectful way. That was what I wanted to see, but he punted or took a knee. I mean, that much can't be denied, and that's where I'm at with it. I would have liked to see him challenge it, but I didn't need him. The people who are saying he should have whooped that trick or whatever Obsidian be saying.
Yeah.
The people hold on, wait, hold on. The people who are saying that are wrong, and the people who are saying that no, it was absolutely perfect, blah 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 blah, those are wrong. The truth is right there in the middle. That's where I've been pushing it for the longest with this.
Well, who's saying it was absolutely perfect? But I will say this: I have seen Jordan Peterson redirect stuff, and actually low key blame men. I've seen him.
You got a good point.
I've seen.
Hold on. Time out. On the video that I just played earlier, he did low key do that, but I think he honestly do feel that way. Jordan
but he
Peterson
believes that.
Jordan. Don't cut me off to make the same point you hear me making.
Sorry.
They can hear me.
Sorry.
But yeah, I think Jordan Peterson actually do got some, a little bit of blue pill in him when it comes to some stuff. So he do be saying what he actually means.
So you think Kevin, other than the 9 thing, you think Kevin, what he said after Nicki Minaj said what she said, he didn't believe? Like I've seen him.
No, hold
I've
on.
heard
Kevin
him.
Samuels didn't say something. I don't think he said some stuff that he didn't necessarily believe. He just didn't. He didn't take on the challenge of what she said. She said that women need to not worry about what these men want or what these high earning men want. Just worry about yourself, focus on yourself, become successful, then get out there in the game.
She didn't say high earning men.
Well, hold on.
No, it did circle. It did circle. She said one time she said worrying about what these men want, and then she did reference high earning men or whatever. She did reference that. She
and
said
Stormy.
Hey, let me ask.
Hold on. I want to add this point. Stormy Wellington said the same thing, and Kevin said, "Okay, that works for you." You know, and if you can make that money, then good for you. You can write your own day. He has said that before. Kevin is
yes. That's good. Damn good point. He said that all the time. If you're a woman and you can make X amount of dollars, you can write your own ticket and live that life. But it's not replicatable. It's not reproducible for most women.
Yeah, so
it would have been worthwhile for him to just say that, and they still would have
point here
too. But the thing about and I hear that is even the other point where she started speaking in Trini. I'm gonna just call it that because it wasn't English, and everybody was trying to make it sound like Kevin just was listening to that. Kevin directly asked her what that is, and she said that was like a. So this idea that he just took a fucking knee. Okay, I'm gonna say this straight up. I'm gonna say, hold on. I'm gonna be quick. I'm gonna say this straight up. Y'all are either outright lying. I work in corporate America. I see you niggas. You niggas be capitulating. Because the ones that don't, they keep that real nigga energy, y'all niggas are out of here. So y'all are either lying.
All right,
I've seen them capitulate for females too.
But we're missing
a lot of these. Go ahead. A lot of these niggas are lying though.
We're
about
missing
the altruism.
We're missing something here.
All right, I'll fall back.
Okay. So a big part of the issue that, and I'm using it descriptively, not making a value judgment. A big part of the issue for the Pookie delegation is that Kevin capitulated to Nicki Minaj on the April Mason byproduct point. Okay. Ed rightly reminded everyone that when Stormy Wellington confronted Kevin on his platform on IG, his response was, hey, if you're a sister and you make your own money to the degree that you have, Stormy, and you want a certain type of arrangement with a man, good on you. Now, here's the problem. The brothers we are talking about, the world star hip hop brothers, the brothers that are in the film Belly, the brothers that inhabit Nicki Minaj's day-to-day world, they don't give a damn how much money you make as a black woman. They don't give a fuck how much you've achieved as a black woman. You are still subordinate to a man, period. That's a big part of the coming collision.
Wait, I'm confused. I'm confused.
My point is, these guys don't see it that way. They don't see a sister being able to call her own shots because she makes her own money and she's able to achieve outside success like a Stormy Wellington or a Nicki Minaj. They still have to be subordinate to a man.
They do.
No, they don't until they have to call Tyrone and they're out on the street with their PlayStation. Then they realize it. But right now they don't.
But she was talking to her fans though, which I'm pretty sure they don't have money like that.
Hold on, Jackie. Go ahead.
Are you saying that well-to-do women don't have to submit to a man?
What I'm saying is that in the instance, and I don't know if you saw it, the exchange that Edward Anderson brought up between Stormy Wellington and Kevin Samuels, the exchange went like this. Kevin is talking to black women that want to be a helpmeet to a successful man in marriage. Stormy Wellington called in to say, I'm not interested in marriage and I make my own money and I'm a millionaire and I could be able to have the kind of man that I want. Kevin's response was to say, that's good on you. If you're able to do that and that's what you want to do, great. Why are you here? Because the women I'm addressing are not you. Kevin is making the distinction between and among the women. In the minds of the black men that I just described, Belly, Nicki Minaj's day-to-day life, world star hip hop, they wouldn't make that distinction. Stormy Wellington and the women that are not Stormy Wellington are to be subordinate to black men, irrespective of what they accomplish and irrespective of what black men don't accomplish, because they're black men and they are black women, and that's the natural order of things. They are supposed to be subordinate, period.
Are you talking about in a relationship or
yes?
Or what, like,
yes.
Oh, okay. Now. Yeah, I can say that. If I'm with a woman, if she got $1 million, if she worth $1 million, and she think that means she get to run me,
that's
I gotta
how men
stop, please. If I'm in a relationship with a woman and she think just because she make a lot of money that she get to run me, tell me what to do, and I gotta be subordinate to her, no, her ass ain't gonna be with me. Her ass is gonna be single until she finds some man who don't mind being a woman's bitch.
Right.
So what's the problem? What's the problem? I mean, hold on.
The problem is
you're criticizing. So you can't criticize a man for
I'm not criticizing anybody.
Okay, I don't understand even the point that you're making.
The point that I'm making, I just made the point.
And okay, I'm about to make my point. If a man makes less money than a woman, if she chooses to be with this man who makes less money than her, and if she and no, that man should still stand in his manhood. He should still he should still grab his nuts and be a goddamn man. And if she can't respect him, which a lot of women can't respect a man that make less than him, then she just need to not be with him. But if she chooses to be with him, that man should not just put on some panties and be a bitch. It's almost like you saying that when men get around women that make a lot of money or interact with a woman that makes a lot of money or get in a relationship with a woman that makes a lot of money, they just need to just understand that they just gonna have to be the bitch. If that's your argument, hell no, I ain't going.
Okay, here's my point. These women have succeeded in man world.
Okay.
And they get to play by man rules.
And they come in my house, they're going to play by woman rules.
So that's how it should go. But for a lot of black men, they don't see it that way. See, I have no problem with a woman doing that. I have no problem with it. She gets to run her shit the way she wants to run it.
Yeah, if she's single, or if she's single, or she find a man that hold on, time out. I'm gonna go to you, game changer. She can run it how she want to run it if she's single, or if she finds a man who's a bitch. Yeah.
Well, would it be fair to say that Nicki Minaj then has a bitch of a man? Would that be fair to say?
If we don't know, I mean, well, yes, if we just
come on, Bruno.
No, I'm going. Oh, I'm going there. I'm saying yes, if we take the assumption that she's a loud, obnoxious, eye-rolling, mouthy, talking
but
shit.
Isn't that the argument?
Hold on, damn it. The answer to your question is yes, if we operate under the assumption, and it's a fair assumption, that she's a loud, I'm a boss bitch, I run this shit, you can't tell me what to do, you know, eye rolling, neck rolling, neck popping. If that's the case, then yes.
Then when has she said
holy shit. If that's the case, then yes, her man is a bitch. But it sounds like you're saying that It sounds like you're saying it's a problem for men to stand up and say, I don't care how much money your woman make. If she's dealing with me, I'm not going to be the bitch in a relationship.
It is a problem.
Need to understand that. No, she need to understand that, or just not be with me and go find a man, bitch, or a man that makes more money than her. Those are her options.
It is a problem. Why is it a problem? And I'm going to tell you the reason why it's a problem. Because the guys who are the bitch are still trying to assert that I'm still a man and you got to be subordinate to me. Sorry, that don't work like that.
Whoa. Hold on, wait, time out. They only a bitch if they accept the bitch role from that bitch.
But he did marry her, did he not? He accepted the terms, did he not?
If the terms was that he got to be her bitch.
About now.
No, nobody knows what I'm talking about now.
I mean, I'm just saying.
No, hold on, Ed. Go ahead, game changer.
No, so I'm saying, would you accept the bitch position to?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But then again, I'm a very successful man.
No, compared to Nicki Minaj, you in poverty. So would you accept the bitch role to be with Nicki Minaj?
Absolutely not.
Okay, then you agree. Then you just refuted your own point. But go ahead, King.
Yeah,
how I refuted my own point?
Because you said that it's a problem that men will not accept that role.
I didn't say that. What I said was see, this is the problem here. The refusal to make distinctions, to see people as individuals, to make the granular nuances. That's the problem.
So the problem with black men is that they have the same mindset that you as an individual black man have. Is that what I'm understanding?
No.
Let me, if I may.
So wait a minute. You're saying that there is a set of behaviors that black men possess that is very similar to yours.
No.
It's a problem. Okay, go.
No, because Kevin is a black man. Kevin and Kenny, meaning Kenny Petty, meaning Nicki Minaj's husband, they're both black men, but they don't think the same. There's a difference. And see, what we want to do is we want to reduce this down to all black men thinking the same. I'm sorry, that's not true.
I actually didn't. When you mentioned the collective of black men,
I didn't mention the collective of black men. I didn't.
Okay, well, you said that the problem is that far too many men don't accept the fact that a woman.
Far too many is not collective.
That's really what collective means.
No, it doesn't.
That's what the word many means. And
no, collective is just that.
Many means a group. A group is a collective.
Many is not collective. Many is not a collective.
God damn.
Yes, goddamn. Many is not a collective.
Okay.
So what I'm saying here is that there are distinctions between and among black women. The brothers that represent the world star hip hop crowd would not see a distinction between Stormy Wellington and Kevin's usual black female audience. They would not see that distinction.
I don't see a distinction if she agrees to be in a relationship with me. But as far as the world and her success and accomplishments and doors that she can open and places she can go that I can't, yeah, she kicking my ass in the world of being successful in America. But if we in a relationship, then no, I don't see a distinction.
That's what I'm getting at.
So what I want to talk about is this whole everybody. So what I want to talk about is this whole thinking that everybody is flawed but me. That we have going on in the black manosphere, because it's really causing a lot of unnecessary division, as I mentioned before. This thinking that, the problem with black men is that they're not more like me is going to, and it is, and I see it a lot, especially from Obsidian. It's really going to just like vivisect the entire sphere into just a group of people all competing for what should women give their bodies to. That's what it seems like it's coming down to.
Well, let me disabuse you of that.
Okay.
First of all, I don't think that I'm without flaw at all. By definition, I'm flawed. Here's one real good example.
What?
Here's one real good example of how I'm flawed. I'm disabled.
Okay.
Do I think all black men should be disabled like me?
Do you think black women should go for disabled guys?
No, I think black women should go for whoever they should go for.
Okay, so then there you go. Then there isn't a problem with anybody. There isn't a problem with Pookie Ray Ray. There isn't a problem with anyone, because a black woman should go for whoever they want to go for.
What I said, I didn't say anything about problems. I said
there isn't a problem with select fuckboys either, right?
I asked black women, who are the men giving you the problems? Mm-hmm. Who are they? It's not enough that they're just black men. Because if that was true, black women would just be banging just black men. All they had to be are just black and male. We know that's not true.
So the whole dad versus cat thing, it really doesn't matter, because if that's what black women want, and the problems, that's okay, right?
Yeah, it would be if they were banging cats and dads in equal number, and we know that's not true.
Why should they have to bang them in equal number?
Because I'm saying, who are the black men? Who are they?
Huh?
Who are the black men who are giving you problems? Who are they?
Why should they bang anybody in equal numbers?
I'm asking you. I'm making the question. My question has always been from day one. I want specificity on these problematic black men. Who are they?
Don't know or care, but I mean, I do want to.
You don't, but I do. That has been my position from day one.
Obsidian. You mentioned like if they should fuck each of them equally. I want to dig into that. So you're saying that I should get just as much pussy from Michael B. Jordan.
I never made that argument.
What do you? So elaborate on what do you mean?
I just did.
Fucking, well, right quick. So you think that black men should have equal opportunity pussy?
I never made that argument.
So explain. I'm asking you to explain what you meant when you said that they should fuck dads and cats equally.
I said if they were doing so in equal number, then it wouldn't matter. What I'm saying is
it matters. Why does it matter?
Because I want to know who the problem black men are.
Oh God.
I want to know who they are. I want it. Quantico FBI profiler. What's the profile of this problematic black men? List it out for me.
Okay.
I want to know who they are. I'm not satisfied with just black men ain't shit. That's not good enough. If we were working a case in the FBI, you need a profile of the problem people. I know profiling is uncomfortable for black people, black men in particular. I get it. But just because profiling was misused does not mean that profiling is not useful. I want to know the profile of the black men that black women complain about. They have been very vague. I say intentionally so because it keeps from having to get to really their accountability. They don't want to take accountability for choosing a certain type of black man based on the Quantico profile principle. A lot of black women don't want to do that because a lot of black women don't want to be caught holding the bag.
What's the profile of the black man that they choose? I'm curious.
That's what we're trying to get at. That's what we're trying to find out.
The lady in the bottom, what's your profile?
What do you mean?
What's the profile of the last man you fucked?
Well, I don't know. What's that? What is that?
Is she complaining about black? Is she complaining about a problematic black man?
No, I'm just curious on who they fucked.
But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about black women who have been complaining for decades about black men ain't shit, black men ain't doing this, black men ain't leading, black men ain't building. Okay, so who are these black men that you're intimate with? What's the profile? Jackie has not expressed a concern about the problematic black men in her life that I'm aware of. The FBI doesn't go to the people who don't have concerns with crimes. The FBI goes to people who do have concerns with crimes. We are looking for the profile of the assailant, of the suspect. What is the profile?
So have you ever fucked a problematic black man?
Yes.
What was his profile, please?
What is? I don't understand the profile part.
So by profile, I mean what would he look like if he stood facing right, then center, then left, holding a number? What's his profile? No, joking.
Like
no,
I have to give him a rating or something?
Well, Obsidian, what do you mean by profile? Please elaborate.
Hey, okay, well, I think I can ask the question better. I think what's being got at here, and I don't care to ask this question, but I think this is what's being asked of you, Jackie Jack. I think they're saying, were the men who gave you who were problematic to your life, were those men what Obsidian will call the Cads or the Pookie and Ray Rays, were they, the hood nigga types? That's I think that's what they're asking.
It was both.
Well, hold on. Both. Do you understand? Hold on. Do you understand what Cads are?
Cads. I don't know what
Cads are like. I think Obsidian would define that as like just a conspicuously handsome, smooth, suave playboy type. Yeah. Like a guy who he ain't necessarily a Pookie or a hood dude, but he's still he's that guy who's a man about town, as Obsidian calls it. So would those be the type of guys that, I think that's what they're asking you? I don't care to ask, but that's what they're asking you. Are those type of guys that have caused you problems?
Yes, the Cavs and Pookie. Yes.
Okay, and by extension, I think what Obsidian would want to ask you, would you say guys who are more on the spectrum of whatever the hell an educated lame is, have those guys been the ones causing whatever? Have those guys caused any problems?
No.
Okay. There you go, Obsidian. You got an answer from one test live subject. There you go. All right. Anybody?
Let me yes. Did you distribute the pussy evenly?
Okay, now she can go answer that one.
Yes.
Yes. What's the question?
Did you distribute the vagina evenly? Meaning, did you have sex with as many cads as you did educated lames?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, if you had to give a percent, would you say it's 60-40, 70-30, 50-50? What would you say?
I mean, cats and pookies are really for just sex. I mean, that's.
So you have an unhealthy distribution.
So
you have a disbalance.
No, I wouldn't say that, because I'm usually in relationships with, I guess, the educated lame. So I have sex more when I'm in a relationship. But cats and pookies are usually just for that.
That's what when you single and you when you have your single moments where when you're temporarily for the streets, you find the pookies in the cats. That's what you're saying.
Wait a minute. How do strictly sexual relationships go wrong? I'm curious.
I mean, usually it's because they have like a lot of drama going on around their lives. Like,
yeah, but I mean, what does that?
They're needy. Like they don't. It's like it's just. I don't know how to explain it. It's just a lot.
The casual sex evolved into more of a whole entanglement.
Exactly.
And you've been in some real relationships with some, and you've got touchy, you've got feelings and got emotionally attached to some, and you probably had a couple babies by some, stuff like that. Nothing major.
I don't have any kids, but okay.
Mm-hmm.
No baby.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Have you ever had an educated lame that was handsome?
Oh, yeah.
Good point.
What category, when you was giving your statistics, did you place him in? Curious.
If the attractive educated lame?
Someone who's both CAD and educated lame, yeah.
Well,
what category did you place him in?
If I think they're both, the CAD part's probably gonna outweigh the educated lame part.
And that's the reason why you had more CADs, because you classified a large number of educated lames as CADs, correct?
Right, yeah.
Now, is it safe to say that you don't frequently sleep with unattractive men?
I don't frequently sleep with unattractive men. Yes, that's correct.
So the majority of the men that you slept with were attractive, and you placed them in the CAD category for that reason. I would like for you to take the CAD category and divide it into two subcategories. Ones that are educated lames and ones who are not. And what would you say the breakdown is there?
I'm going to be all the way honest. Most of the CADs are like, they're educated. They just don't get the lame part attached to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's just something that people put in arbitrary. But you like most women prefer the company of, intelligent, handsome men, correct?
Yes.
And did they seem just as likely to do you wrong as the uneducated handsome men?
Uh-oh.
See, to me, it's like, it's a different type of wrong. I don't.
Please elaborate.
It's a different type of wrong, because
it's educated wrong. But please elaborate.
Yeah,
I know where she's going. I know where she. Okay, I'm not gonna lead the witness, but I do know where she's going. Go ahead.
Yeah, with the educated guy, the wrong they're doing is sometimes. Okay, this is gonna sound bad. The wrong they're doing is they don't want to settle down. That you see that as wrong. When it's with the Pookie, it's just they have a lot of drama. They like have some baby mama drama or something.
But they want to settle down too?
I mean, some pookies don't want to settle down. I'm not gonna lie, but a lot of them are okay with finding a place to, I guess, stay. So like they kind of
basically, yeah,
need
basically
you.
it sounds like you messed with some pookies who really rocked with you because you probably had a warm couch for them to sleep on and everything. But with the more sophisticated, educated guy who had his own warm place that you could see yourself coming into, he didn't actually want you to come into that. But so that's what you meant by a different type of problem.
Well,
It
they
was
all
not.
were
He was nice. No. It was cool being around him. It was nice. It was pleasant. It was peaceful. You got attached, and he like, hold on, I'm just fucking you. So that's why a lot of chicks that's why a lot of chicks will say it ain't no different. They all fuck boys all the same, but because that. I hate the terms, that educated lame. Well, I mean, if he's truly an educated lame, how I define it, he's happy to take what he can get, and he's going to just hop right in that relationship, whole hog. But that guy who's educated but on that CAD spectrum, that's the guy who's actually going to be generous and treat you nice. But because he's good looking and educated, and probably has monetized that intelligence and make good money. So he's good looking, he make good money. He got it all going. That's that guy that got those options to the point to where, the women are saying, well, where have all the good men going? And they all, it's only such a small percentage of men out there, and everything. That it turns into that guy. You get attached to that guy, but that guy got options, and you just, you're not he ain't about to settle down with you, but you end up wanting to settle down with him. So then you end up, settling for a more ratchet pookie situation because at least you got something he want. The educated CAD dude got something that you want, and you're trying to get that from him. You can't get that from him. You're gonna so you end up rocking with the dude who you got something he want, and he's trying to get it from you. That puts you in a position of power to be in control in that relationship, or at least feel like you controlling the situation until all his baby mama drama and bullshit come at your doorstep, and then you realize you ain't got no control in that situation, and then all men ain't shit. Is that about accurate?
I mean, I wouldn't say the last part because I'm
Yeah,
now.
you would. Yeah, you would. Yeah, you would.
Since I've been in
Well,
the
Bernard,
sphere, I understand why it's like that, because I didn't understand it before, but it makes so much sense to me now.
Mhm.
so Bernard, I think you got something wrong because you said that.
Talk to me.
Yeah, you said that the uneducated man, they are just looking for a warm place to stay, or they're looking for a warm place to get into, and you're saying that she's looking to get into the educated man's warm place. I think all the men got into her warm place. Yeah. Huh.
Where's now Obsidian? That was the moment for you to play the Pornhub thing.
Yeah.
That was
I'll take a while. Yeah. But no, well, somebody said sloppy seconds. I don't, I don't care if I'm a person seconds. I really don't care about body counts that much. But no, I do want to say that you made a good point that there is a different type of fuckery. I don't want to leave with the impression that that your vagina is safe, because a guy is a PhD or anything like that. Your vagina is never safe. Be the best pick me you can be, and give the vagina to the best man that's willing to take it and hope for the best. I don't know.
That's the strategy.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
If I may, I would like to respond to something Game Changer said. Game Changer is a brilliant man, but today he's triggering Pablo.
Okay.
More men should be like more Black American men should be like Pablo. They absolutely should be like Pablo. Pablo doesn't have a criminal record. Pablo's has a college degree, 2 of them. Pablo's been gainfully employed for almost 30 years of his adult life. Pablo is a homeowner, taxpayer, married man. Pablo is many things. You see, I'm speaking in the third person.
Yeah, it sound like you reading off your eHarmony dating profile. You like
well, he's married.
You like foreign films and long walks through the park too, Pablo? I mean,
my point is, my ultimate point is this. I don't want them to be like me, so that I don't saying more guys should be like me because I can get more pussy. It's because we need a cultural change in some of the dystopian cultural bugaboos that we have in America. If more people were like Pablo, Black America would be just fine. We'd be competitive. We would have, 2-parent homes and all of that kind of thing. So yeah, they should more be like Pablo.
I mean, I agree with you, Pablo. I mean, I don't see what the disagreement with me was, because I was saying how she should be, or how women in general should be, not really how.
No, I think he was going back to when you said made that statement about Obsidian, because Obsidian has been, I'm paraphrasing, but he's been quoted. What the hell? He's been quoted as saying that women, they need to get with men like me.
Yeah, I never heard that. But here's my position. My position has been, I'm asking a question. I got started in doing all this because of the lack of specificity on the part of Black women when discussing these issues. They've always framed it as if it was a problem across the board with Black men. In the years since I got started in 2015, more and more information has come out that has proven that Black men are not an undifferentiated block, that we're not monolithic. We are very different from each other in a lot of different ways. So it raises the question as to where Black women are complaining about Black men. Black women now want us to believe that this is something that's seen across all social classes of Black men, all income brackets, all education level. Again, not true. For example, the idea that educated Black men, even some of them, don't want to settle down, not true. The highest group of Black men to marry in Black America are the most educated. You want to know the least likely to get married are the least educated. That's a fact. So when Black women complain about Black men not wanting to settle down, we have to ask the educational level of the Black men in question. Are Black men like Pablo, who possess 2 degrees, are they the guys that don't want to settle down? We know that's not true. He's married. So who are they talking about? Who? Quantico. Who? What's the profile?
Well, I mean, you asked for a sample population, and she gave it. Educated men did seem less likely to settle down. Now, the statistic could also be a result of women being less willing to settle down with uneducated men. And I think that might be her case, because she said that these guys came with different problems, and those problems are things that she don't want to settle down to. So I don't think that yes, I believe the statistics that you quoted. I just don't think that it shows a male pattern of behavior. I think it shows a female pattern of behavior.
Well, it definitely shows a female pattern of behavior. That's the whole point of me asking the question of the ladies to be more specific about who they're talking about.
No, I mean that an unwillingness to settle down with uneducated men amongst Black women. I think
that's no great shock. Everybody knows that women prefer more educated men than less educated men for long-term mating. So that's no great shock.
Yeah, but what I think you're concluding from the statistics is that the women are not going after the educated men. But what she's saying is that in her attempts to go after the educated men, like Pablo, it's short-lived. It's very.
The question would need to be, why would that be? Why would it be short-lived? Is it purely just simply because those men don't want to settle down, or is it because the women that want to be picked by these educated men don't meet their standards? Because we also know that men are very choosy when it comes to long-term mates.
Yes, we are.
So
yes, the latter.
So we have to ask a question for the ladies for whom it applies. They're having a hard time locking down an educated man. They have to ask themselves, are they competitive? Are they a competitive long-term mate?
Do you ask yourself that, Erica?
Erica.
Oh, I assumed her name was Erica.
No, that's Janet Jackme.
Oh,
Jackie.
I mean Jackie Jack.
Oh, dang.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes I look at people and I guess their name. So my bad.
I've come to that conclusion. Yeah, they just didn't want to settle with me because some of those people that I tried to get a relationship with, they got in a relationship with someone else later on, like a couple of years later. I was just not the right fit.
What do you do? What's your improvement routine to snag a Pablo? Like what do you do? No, I'm curious. Like, is it working out? Do you practice sandwich getting? Do you compete with other women on getting sandwiches faster? Like, what do you do?
I don't compete for men right now because I'm in a relationship. So.
Okay, so but you competed to get into that relationship, correct?
Yeah, I did.
And is he Pablo-esque?
He's not Pablo-esque. He's just a regular guy.
What's his profile?
Profile? What do you
Educational
mean?
level. What's the extent of his formal education?
He's just blue collar.
He's blue collar. So it sounds like.
Why did you say Jess?
I didn't even catch it.
I didn't say it.
Okay.
I didn't say it in that way. I said it in a way because you said.
All right. Well, let's get this on. Okay. So he's hold on, City. He's just blue collar, and I'm just curious. How does he feel about a panel of men having a very indirect conversation about your vagina?
I'm pretty sure he wouldn't like that. Not gonna lie, he wouldn't like that. But I was not expecting that. I had to just go with it.
Go ahead. All right. Go ahead.
What it sounded like to me is that that water sought its own level.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We're at the same level. Yeah, right. I was reaching too high.
Right.
And I
didn't
realize
That's good.
Respect that.
Respect that.
Yeah. Water sought its own level there.
Why are you saying that?
Huh?
No. If she's saying that she was trying to get some higher earning, educated, nice looking, handsome, suave dude to be in a committed monogamous relationship with her, and it wasn't working, she realized she was punching out of her league. Something that we always say that, yeah, you can get dick from guys like that, but you're not going to get a relationship from that guy unless you meet certain standards and requirements. She's being honest, saying she did realize she didn't meet that, so she went and got her a hard-working blue-collar man who's willing to commit to her. She did the right thing.
I get it, but I don't think you understand. Bernard, do you see yourself on a lower level than me or Pablo?
No.
So that's what it insinuates. That you see?
No. I understand. Okay, he's not a lower level as just as a man in the world who
I don't want that to be the thinking.
All right, I understand. I understand where you're going.
Kind of thinking? What kind of thinking? What kind of thinking would you like to? What kind of thinking would you like to see happen, Game Changer?
Somebody said I have no degree, but I do. But I only have one. I don't want the thinking to be that that the hierarchy of men go Pablo Game Changer, Bernard, or Pablo Game Changer. Well, I don't want that. I don't. I think that women put too much emphasis on education.
Well, okay. Well, take me, you, and Pablo out of it. I do think there's a such thing as a hierarchy of men. If we're talking about, let's just say she can get a tall, handsome, high-earning man versus a tall, handsome, above average, let's say 65K earning man. The man who's tall, handsome, and makes $175,000 a year. Yes, women do see him as higher up than handsome. I'm assuming she's an average height handsome man that makes about 65K. So yeah. Women do see a difference in that. So we don't need
that. That's income, not education. I want to make that.
Hold on, wait, Pablo. Hold on, you got bad background. You can't.
Yeah. So real quick. So I want to say this. You, myself, Game Changer, Obsidian, we're within shooting distance of each other. Yeah. Somebody like Dennis Sperling is not in our shooting distance.
True.
So, a blue collar guy, there's nothing wrong with that. He could be a blue collar guy and be a plumber, right? Or My dad owned a landscaping company. So, those guys are still in our shooting distance, even though they have different, you know, credentials.
Yeah, I agree. I agree, and I don't want women to just like downplay that. That's all I'm saying. Like, there are high earning blue collar dudes with, they're firefighters, they're police officers.
Yeah,
they get that good hazard pay.
I get exactly where you're going. I think she could have better worded it and say, "I found someone more suitable for
Okay.
me." That's really how she should have worded it. And that happens all the time on Kevin Samuels' show, where if you look at the chick and her stat sheet and how she line up and how she measure up, what she thinks she's settling for, she actually should be very happy to have, because that's right at where she's at, maybe slightly above. But in their mind, they think they're settling for what's suitable for them, given where they're at, because they have a false sense of where they're at. So all I'm saying is
Yeah, I'm
Jackie
not
Jack
saying I'm
seems to,
settling.
What is it?
yeah,
Where's
yeah,
that
it
false
just,
sense? Where's that false sense of their self-aware of their self-assessment of their mate value coming from?
you said, where does it come from?
Yeah, where does the false sense of so many black women's self-assessment of their mate value coming from?
It's a number of places. One place we kind of already touched on, because they can get sexual access to guys that they have no chance of getting in a relationship with, so they can be a little deluded in thinking that, hey, these are the guys that are, on par with me, or they're foolish enough to think that their value on the market is determined based off their income, and based off their money, or based off their success, based off their education, their degree in basket weaving. Shout out to Game Changer, I think that's his quote. um, so yeah, they may think that they have some status because of that. They could think they have a higher status because of a lot of things, and that's the reason Kevin Samuels dresses them down with the scale from 1 through 10 with your face, height and weight, and all of that. And do you got any kids? Were they out of wedlock? Were they this? Were they that? And he come up with an actual picture that, no, I mean, a blue collar construction worker is about your speed.
So here we have a situation that's very interesting, because a lot of black women, from what you're saying, it seems that a lot of black women have, for whatever reason, have trouble distinguishing between short and long-term mating.
That's one way to look at it. That's a related, but kind of a different route, but still kind of related. The people in the back, I apologize. I left some of y'all back there forever. I typically don't go. I didn't want to overbook the panel, but so I'm probably not. None. It's late in the show. I ain't bringing nobody else up, so I do apologize to everybody who was waiting in the back for a long time. But I ain't bringing nobody else up. But hold on, real quick, before you go down that route, Obsidian. Al Boogie in the building says, I don't appreciate you helping her explain the highway traffic to her box, Bernard. I don't think her man appreciates that either. She on the road to perdition. Shout out to Al Boogie. The Light Bearer Council in the building. He says he nodded in agreement and muzzled himself, it seemed. She spoke in I don't know what that is. Patois. Patois. What is that?
A patois is a kind of dialect.
Speaking indirectly towards him.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, speaking indirectly towards him, I do it all the time to insult indirectly, and yeah, people.
But why do you need to do that though?
Yeah, I know. I mean, we're not trying to go back there. I don't think she's just this subliminal sneak, this indirect magician, but but I do think that we I do think it is a simple case that she came ready. I do think she came ready to say. I mean, Angry Man said this. I'm paraphrasing him, but she came ready to say all that to him, but he didn't go. He didn't give her. He didn't take the bait. So she just emptied that clip on somebody else. That's a fair assessment of what happened, I think.
I have a theory as to why that is, but I'm not going to go into it here. I'll do it on my show.
Okay,
I have a theory why so many brothers are seeing all of these sneak diss, indirect slights on Kevin, and by extension, black men writ large. I have a theory as to why that is, but I'll go into it over on my plate.
Yeah. I mean, it's fair enough. I mean, listen, I don't think she came in. I don't think she sneak dissed him. Like I said, I just think she she found somebody guilty who she thought was guilty to throw that on, and she said random dudes on TikTok. I don't know, but anyway. All right. What the hell?
Let me say this. While you doing that, let me say this.
I'm just somebody time Sister George out. She got my chat room smelling like corn chips and white diamond perfume. Get her out of here.
Mississippi dirt.
So to the point that Game Changer is making about hierarchies, let me say this for the record. Everybody knows my background, but just really quickly, I'm a 22-year union man, skilled blue collar tradesman, right out of high school. Like basically like a month out of high school for 22 years. After my career ended, I started what will become, I helped to found or hope to create what we today know as the Black Manosphere. So I'm a businessman and a published and recognized author and so forth. I am an autodidact, polymath, self-taught, self-made. I'm short, blue collar, disabled as a result of the dispatch of my duties, and I have absolutely no problem with the hierarchy of men. As women, in this case, Black women, perceive it, I have zero problem with it. None. It's as it should be.
All right. I don't got no problem with it either. I
think a lot of Black women do themselves a disservice when they all are going for educated men. I think that it's really just a buzzword, something to show off to their friends to say that they have.
It is.
And it's almost completely ornamental. I mean, of course, some degrees are worth more than others, but it's almost completely ornamental, and
it is.
And I think it's keeping a lot of them single.
It will.
Yeah. To Game Changers' point, I have the educational attainment, but my actual job is I'm a government worker, and one that's basically kind of blue collar. I'm a building inspector. I'm not a professional, a lawyer, a doctor, or somebody in tech. Or no. So although if I rattled off my degree, it might sound, hot, but in the truth, we're, like I said, we're all kind of within shooting distance of each other in actual real life.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
The reason why I was dating I guess college educated men is because I went to college. I have 2 degrees, so I thought that was the right matchup. Like,
I know, but hold on. No, go ahead.
I went to college. I need to only date like men that have graduated from college.
Well, here's my
isn't your degree in fashion design or basket weaving?
I have a degree in marketing and I have a degree in fashion design. 2 separate degrees.
Yeah, because you pulled up on us when we had that show.
So the question
about them changing STEM into STEAM instead of science, technology, engineering, mathematics. It was they trying to change it to science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. And you came up there with your fashion design degree and say, I got to do math when I put patterns together on outfits. So that's that's STEM too.
Oh my God!
He came up there and did that.
Why do you think it is? Because this is the question that's related to the question I want to ask. Is it Janet?
Jackie. I'm saying the wrong name myself.
I'm sorry. Excuse me, Jackie.
It's Erica.
So the question I have, the lead-in question, Bernard, for you. Okay. Why do you think that there's such a push? You said STEAM. So at first it started out with trying to get Black girls into coding and tech. That hasn't seemed to do very well. So the fact that we have this STEAM focus now suggests that. Why do you think that there's such an interest in trying to get women and girls and change STEM into STEAM? Why do you think that is?
What do you
to Bernard.
mean? You said
to me,
change. You said changing it.
Well, hold on. He was asking me.
Oh, I thought
Why do you think they're doing it? I think it's a combination of things. I think it's part of the everybody gets a trophy culture, so they're trying to figure out a way to smuggle in people who probably can't hack it when it comes to the hard mathematics and science. You know the actual hard work that it takes to really compete and get a I won't say a real degree, because I'm like somebody I didn't graduate college, so I'm not gonna I'm not gonna even go down that route of trying to be insulting. But it's a certain level of hard math and science that you actually have to be able to do to actually get into that world. It's a certain level of intelligence that it takes to be essentially the barrier of entry into that world where you're actually doing a job in the STEM fields. So they're trying to figure out a way to let people in, give everybody a trophy, and yeah, that's one reason. There are probably others, but yeah.
How about this? Because it provides a way for the women to find mates. See, the major way that college educated women find mates is by going to college. You find your mate while you're at undergrad or grad school. But see, here's the trick. Here's the trick. It's going to be hard to pull that off if your degree is in fashion design, because there are not many men taking fashion design and going to fashion design school.
Well, I mean, I think that's true that there's not many men doing that. But if he's just walking around the campus and she meets a man who likes her, I mean, that's
so. Which brings us to the next question. Which brings us to the next question. She
but
said,
the first school I went
Jackie
to
said,
was
hold on, Janet.
Jackie said that she wanted to date a man that was as educated as she is. Something we hear a lot from Black women. Here's the problem. Why don't they find their mate while they're in college?
They need to find. You're saying they need to find the guy who
because that's what white women do. That's what Asian women do. That's what Jewish women do. They find their man while they're at college. So the question would we have to ask these ladies, Quantico, why didn't you find your mate while you were in college? What happened?
I tried. Trust me, I tried. Like the only reason why one of the reasons why I wanted to go to college is for that reason. Like I saw a different world, and I wanted to be Whitley and Dwayne from a different world. I'm like, oh yeah, I'll find my match in college. I tried.
You needed to find you a guy who had a degree in basket weaving too. I'm just playing. I'm just playing. All right, hold on. I was thinking about wrapping this up, but hold on. Wait. Time out. Let me deal with this. Wait a minute. Wait for it. Oh, Snuggles, thank you for that super chat. I will circle back to it and read it. He's saying just trying to give lames some guidance. Who are the and he's down in the chat. So yeah, who are the lames that you're trying to give some guidance, and what guidance do you have for the lames that you're apparently trying to guide? Go ahead, you got the mic. Mic check 1 2.
Oh, my bad. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. What's up?
Oh yeah, my bad. I'm working from home, so I was muted. Your question was who are the lames? Like who I'm talking to?
Well, yeah. What you talking about right there? I want you to substantiate that comment since you was waiting in the back chat. You said just trying to give some lames some guidance. What are you talking about?
So the lames would be, in my opinion, or from what I'm gathering, the common man. So that would be, I guess, Ron Wills would say the non-select guy. And just to clarify, I don't think Obsidian himself is, because he seems like he doesn't have an issue with women, but I think he because of his knowledge on this issue and his experience, he's able to add some context to it that some guys, whether it's due to age or their experience or them being pookies or whatever, they can't add that context and articulate things that he can. And I think he's already showed receipts. So I don't think he himself is an educated lame. He's just an educated guy who knows how to get women. But I do think the men who kind of relate to what he's speaking to, that kind of live through what he's like, these incel experiences or these non-select male experiences, and the treatment they receive from women, just even in non-romantic relationships. I think like that's basically who I'm speaking to. But I don't know if you I mean, if you have any like niche,
so
nuance.
when you said trying to give the lame some guidance, you're trying to speak to somebody who's not up here on the panel. And I mean, did you find the person you're trying to speak to in the chat room?
Oh no, I was talking about the guys that Obsidian is speaking for, or he's referencing when he's talking about like in his Wheat Waffles videos when he's referencing like the guys who kind of have the most trouble with women.
This isn't exactly.
But I don't think I just wanted to clarify because some people will take my comments in the chat and assume I'm talking to Obsidian himself. I just wanted to make it clear I'm not talking about literally him because that would be disingenuous.
But why would you come in my chat room and just talk about Wheat Waffle incel the people?
Oh, because Wheat Waffles actually covers a lot of the stuff that Obsidian's talking about. But obviously it's
what
not.
What the hell is a Wheat Waffle?
Wheat Waffles is a content creator.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
But Wheat Waffles is speaking on it from a general perspective. Obviously, he's not applying it to the Black culture or Black American culture or anything like that. But I think just over at a macro perspective, in the overall dating market, a lot of concepts that Wheat Waffles covers applies to this. Like just as an example, the dating tiers video when he separates guys into 4 categories. The provider, the fuckboy, the loser, and the guy with all the resources but no swag. Most black women, they want the guy that checks both boxes, the provider and the sex appeal box. But most guys don't. They might be a fuckboy, so they might have the sex appeal but no resources or no ambition, or they might be a loser and not have either, or they might be a guy who has a high-paying job. He might be a software engineer with no swag, so he might not check that second box, but he does check the resources. So women that are more willing to, kind of buckle on the attraction threshold, they're like, oh, I'll take this guy with a little less sex appeal or charisma or charm because he checks that one box. He's secure. They know he's loyal. He's not going to disrespect them. He doesn't have the same leverage as a guy that checks both boxes because his options are going to be, obviously a lot smaller than the guy that checks both, or even the fuck boy who at least, even if the fuck boy can't get a girl to marry him, he can at least hold her attention in her 20s and 30s while she's kind of finding her way or taking Nicki Minaj's advice and doing the whole modern woman thing.
Who's your advice? So you mentioned 4 categories. Which of the 4 categories do you wish to advise?
So my out of those 4 categories, it would apply mostly to the beta bucks category. So this is the guys that they check the resource box, but they don't check the sex appeal box for whatever reason.
What advice would you give a beta bucks guy?
So the way I would like kind of dice it up is out of that group, if there's a guy in that group that kind of is would consider himself like a normie, like an average guy, like not a Chad, not a loser, just kind of average.
No, the beta bucks guy. Let's focus on
no. But I'm saying in that beta bucks group, guys, I'm going to separate them into 2 subgroups just to kind of let you guys know where I'm going at. Out of that group, if you're a normal guy or a normie tier guy, which basically, like I said, you're not a Chad, you're not a complete loser. You have some type of social awareness, some type of social skills. You just don't necessarily overachieve, but you do have like a base level of so in this case, you wouldn't be an incel. You would be kind of just a normal guy, maybe a normal blue collar guy, maybe you kind of hit the resource mark, but the other areas you might get friend zoned. Basically, you're not getting outright rejected. You kind of get friend zoned. You're in that area. If you're in that area, I would say you really just need to focus on the other things as far as like the intangibles, as far as whether it's your masculine aura, like whatever it may be, besides resources that you're lacking in. So that's where it gets into the weeds of like this guy's individual.
I get you.
Individual. So, but also, one more thing I forgot. I would say to those guys as well. One more thing, because they don't have the options that the guy, a Chad, like either the fuckboy or the guy that the alpha bucks guy, the guy that checks both boxes. I would say if you're not one of those 2 guys, you have less options. So I would really emphasize to those guys broadening their horizons as far as not only their kind of what they're willing to entertain as far as attraction, Because let's be honest, once you get to that age, you're not going to be able to have your pick of the litter. So it's like some of those guys, even if you bring up your social skills and stuff to a certain point, you're still not going to have
that got to do with me.
Okay,
go ahead, game changer.
I'm just
no, I get what you're saying.
Go ahead,
I wouldn't give them the same advice as I would give a complete incel. That was my second point. The incels, that's a whole separate.
So I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. So you're that guy that goes to places and say, hey, I have some advice for you that you didn't ask for, and that is to look better and act more alpha. Is that what I'm getting at?
Wait, say I'm sorry.
Okay, so say you have like
but not to everybody. That's only I wouldn't tell that to an
incel. All right, enough. Homeboy, Stephen, educated. I can't even tell what your name is.
Tyrone, educated Tyrone.
Educated Tyrone. All right, you got a channel or something, or you just like?
Well, I mean, it'll be up in. It'll be up in a couple of weeks, so I don't want to.
Okay, all right, cool.
I do have a question for him, though.
All right. Well, I was about to. Okay, go ahead.
So, very interesting statements. I'm familiar with wheat waffles. I'm not familiar with the video in question. I have to go back and I haven't gone through his whole catalog, so I have to go back and study that. But I am familiar with wheat waffles. As a matter of fact,
I think it came one of the ones that came out in like the last month. I think.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So I had plans to revisit him on my channel. I find it interesting that you're bringing up these interesting points that have nothing to do with the current topic, which is the Pookies. Why are we talking about guys who need improvement when the guys who need the improvement are the guys that Nicki Minaj is talking about?
Oh, the Pookies are in the fuckboy category, so I can expound on them if you want.
Hang on. It's clear that they're the ones that need improvement, not the lames. So that's the first thing. The second thing is
Pookies need improvement in the other department.
No,
they don't check the one. They only check the sex appeal box.
They need improvement. They need improvement in the sexual area. And I find that it's interesting that we're not talking about that. We're talking about how the lames can improve. Why? That's number one. Number two, what we leave out in these conversations, we tilt too much toward what the men need to do. We have a woman on the panel, very educated, 2 degrees. She was gunning for men in her milieu that were also educated, but she could not secure them. She wound up settling for a guy, I use her words, not mine, no judgment, no heat, who was just a blue-collar guy. Water was seeking its own level. We need to have a lot more conversation about the female side of the ledger, about them getting an accurate self-assessment of their mate value, short-term, long-term. We need to talk about that a lot more. Much more discussion.
I don't consider it settling.
We need much more focus on that level or that side of the ledger. We need a lot more conversation about that. Black women often have a very skewed sense of their mate value, and it needs to be properly adjusted. Just because you go to college does not mean you qualify for a college-educated man. You don't. We have living proof of it right here. Many sisters are under the erroneous assumption that because they went to college, that means they qualify for a college-educated man. You don't. If no college-educated men are beating a path to your door on bended knee, it means you are not qualified. You don't qualify for that. You have to go to where the men are willing to offer you long-term relationship. That's what you qualify for. You don't have to take it, but that is what you qualify.
All right. Shout out to ARC. And I saw some other super chats I'm going to get to momentarily. Snuggles, yours was up there for a minute. Now there it is. I found it again, and I'm circled back to ARC. But Snuggles, patois is a type of language in the Caribbean that is broken English. Nicki Minaj did not insult him. It's something Caribbeans do. Don't be offended. Okay. Cool. Also, Light Bearer, hold on real quick. Light Bearer in the building says, we need women to bring another perspective to STEM. Old man may have a point because I hadn't seen any women really at school or at work. They don't want to get in STEM. The smart ones aren't as intelligent as they think also. And shout out to Alan Roger Curry, says, whoever is speaking is describing what I refer to as beta male with a few alpha traits and tendencies versus what I refer to as a total beta. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that, ARC. I was thinking that he was, bare minimum borderline speaking along those lines, but definitely.
Well,
shout out
to
ARC. Shout out to ARC. Go ahead, GC.
No, I wanted him to stay up because I think he was ranking himself. See, people give advice in a way to set themselves above the fray. There is a category of men that the Wheat Waffles guy, if those are the only 4 categories, don't really cover. And that is the men who do a lot of research, read all of, shout out to ARC's books and other dating coaches' books and things like that. And they do what the books tell them to do. However, they still don't get the results that they seek. So they regurgitate the knowledge to the, quite frankly, uninterested in order to make themselves. No. But follow me.
I understand where you're going. I understand where you're going. That's look, we see this a lot. Women get accused of doing this, but more men do it. They sit here, they soak up some knowledge, they read some books, they listen to a few streams, and then they like, all right, I'm about to come up and set the record straight for y'all, and they just turn it to just another regurgitation machine. I mean, he had basically the whole lingo and the whole paradigms and categories and everything just spitting to us, old hat talking points that we're a little more familiar with, and or ARC has put it in his books a lot more succinctly. So that's why I was just like, okay,
I'm just curious why we're talking about lames to begin with.
But
we're not going down the route of Nicki Minaj and whether or not the Pookies are tapping Nicki Minaj's.
I'm just trying to see the connection.
No. I think the whole thing is overblown from the start with the Pookie and Ray Ray versus Educated Lame, and I'm not engaged.
It wasn't a versus.
Oh, whatever. Fair enough. But whatever it was, if the conversation moves over to who's hitting it right,
nobody said that either.
All right. So what's going on then?
Why can't we talk about what she said? The men in her view.
And okay, so you are trying to talk about
it's clearly something that she's upset about. That's all I'm saying. Why can't we talk about that? It's not about who does it better, who's the better guy. No. She said the men in her milieu have this point of view that she clearly does not like. And are we saying that Nicki Minaj, with close to 200 million followers on Instagram alone, is speaking just for herself?
Mental agility. Don't give somebody else credit for the words coming out of my mouth. I tend to shout out people if I say something that they said. Like I shouted out Angry Man multiple times in his analysis of the Nicki Minaj Kevin Samuels video. Don't come in here with that shit. But anyway, all right. So yeah, I don't care to circle back there. I think she was just asking questions about whether or not can a guy have sex 3 times in one night? Is a woman wrong for thinking that she's supposed to come every time during sex? I think it's a reach. It's a reach to try to say, aha, we have evidence that Pookies are not hitting it right. I just think I don't, and also in addition to that being a reach, I have no desire to draw battle lines on whether or not the Pookies are hitting it better than Educated Lames, because the Educated Lames read the books on the Kama Sutra. No, I'm not doing that.
Obsidian, was the Kama Sutra written for women that lived in Indian harems, if I'm not mistaken?
No.
Okay, I thought the Kama Sutra was like the ruler the ruling class in India had harems, and they made their women read these books in order to please the ruling class of men. That's
No.
not what it. Okay, then what was it for? It was teaching men how to eat pussy.
It was actually written for the nobility, the male nobility, on how to be effective lovers, and it does talk about the effective management of harems. So for y'all guys out there that want to do the poly thing and all the rest of it, that's another incentive to read the Kama Sutra.
Why did the nobility need to learn that? I'm curious.
Because, well, male sexuality is a lot more simpler than female sexuality. Female sexuality is a lot more complex. This is brain differences. This is the reason why I often reference books like A Billion Wicked Thoughts, because it talks about the brain differences between men and women. Women's sexuality is a lot more complex than men is.
Well, no, the reason I'm asking is because, like, okay, India aside, right? Take somebody like Genghis Khan, who had like 50,000 wives and hundreds of thousands of lovers and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't think that he read or gave a chat about how to please all 50,000. I think that he just gave him his little Asian penis and said, "Take it." So, like, why would their nobility have to read that crap? Because now, it would make sense that they were conquered by Genghis Khan, but please.
But because unlike Genghis Khan, the sages, the ancient sages of India didn't believe that rape should be the way that you appeal to women.
So wait a minute. You're saying that they seduced all the women in the harem?
They did a lot more seducing than Genghis Khan did.
Okay, fair enough.
All right.
Can I clarify something?
Sure, go ahead. Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Earlier, when Obsidian was talking about being in college and finding a mate in college, like I said before, I tried, but I put in a lot of work on trying to get with the guys that had a whole bunch of other people interested in them. Like, I didn't see the other guys in college. It's just the popular guys that I kind of set my eye on. So I think that my strategy in college, I could have done better in college if I wasn't just seeking like all the popular guys or the really attractive guys.
So it was a status thing even back then. You went after the fraternity guys. You went after guys like Kevin.
Yeah, I was just about to say, yeah, it's status among
college
men
guys
that go to college guys.
Yeah.
Just like it's actually status among Pookies as well, Pookies and Ray Rays as well. It's different types of statuses. So yeah, I mean, on a college campus, the guys who typically getting all the girls is either the athletes, the frat, or just or just some, I don't even know what it is. Some pretty boys.
I'll help you out.
Nice clothes and shoes. Yeah, stuff like that.
I'll help you out. I was in college, an HBCU. Did you go to an HBCU, young lady?
No, I didn't.
Okay,
but I did go to a college in Georgia, in Atlanta.
Okay, so if you know, maybe you do, an HBCU social environment is hyper competitive when it comes to finding a mate.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
yes.
Hyper competitive, right? You got the fraternities and the sororities, you got the athletes, you got the band. I mean, it's all the cheerleaders, the whole thing. It's a hyper competitive environment at an HBCU for building relationships. Anybody in the middle is basically out the game. That's why they want to pledge the fraternity, and they want to be able to be seen and recognized more on the social scene. So guys like myself who were just struggling to get through college, I couldn't take the time out to pledge the fraternity because I might flunk out of school while doing so. So I had to kind of keep my nose to the grindstone, so to speak. So I was not on the jumbotron, as Obsidian says. And so what happens is when that time is over, a lot of those people in the middle don't hook up and they're cast out into the world. And now uh, you'll never be in an environment again with as many single qualified, people um, in your same, with just that share your interests and all of that kind of thing. So I understand what she's talking about.
Right. And shout out to ARC. He can more or less confirm. He confirmed what I said. He says valid Bernard Riley college stratification among men at university is athletes, fraternity men, guys who are considered by women to be good looking, smooth, and seductive, sexy. For men who had nice cars. I mean, I said, I forgot. I think I said money or nice clothes and shoes. But yeah, the guy who can. It's a guy who don't got to be in none of those groups exactly, but he can derive his status of his parents and sent him there with a real nice car and he got the freshest gear. That's we generally understand that. But somebody in the middle that don't fall into either one of those, he's not the top of the list. The top of the list for the Jackie Jacks of the world on the college campus. But all right, I've been trying to escape for a little while now, so I'm about to wrap this thing up. This was a great show. Like I say right there, if you're new here, subscribe. I do appreciate everybody who's been here. Like, share, subscribe, did anything to support the stream in any way, shape, or form. I do appreciate each and every one of you. And with that said, what the hell? Hold on. He said Bernard looked like a stunt man for Don Johnson on Miami Vice. All right, that's a good one. Oh shit, GC going live. Don't even log off of this. Just click right on that link right there. That's the door. That's the door out of here. Just click right there. Exit right to GC's channel. He's going to keep the party rolling. I might even pop up over there myself, even though I'm tired as hell. But all right, we out of here. Peace.
Peace.